is it going? Feral Cools. Doing that thing where in OBS when I chat it's saying error test, and I don't know why. Sometimes it just says no, and it doesn't give an explanation why. But I guess now that I'm live, I can talk to you guys via talkingness, so it doesn't really matter. It's the tism, man. I don't like not knowing why things aren't working. Ah. Well, I'm glad you can hear me. But I can't type in the thing, so when I go to BRB, it won't let me chat with you guys like I tend to like to do. I guess I can do it from the web browser, though. But I don't like to do that because that's on the other screen, and the game is going to be on the other screen. This is not entertaining stream content. Hello, how is everybody? How are my feral cools doing? Wasn't it different last time, too? Did I do this since last week? I thought last week it was like this, too. But yes, I did rearrange stuff, and I set up better lighting, and, the camera's straighter, and I look better, and I'm sorry you had a rough month, Fei June. Oh, sorry. You weren't here last week. My bad. But yeah, we did rearrange stuff. Thank you! I'm pretty happy about it too. You know, I'm starting to get, like, my, video production, like, blood back, so as you guys know, I wanted to be a filmmaker, I went to LA, I was a professional videographer, and, so, you know, making video look good. But then, like, my brain fried, I guess. I think I just put so much pressure on myself that it's one of the reasons why the production style of the TV show videos is just, like, stills and really bare bones, because, I just could get my mind so swirled up with perfectionism and competition that I was just like, I need my production flow to be as easy as possible. And I'm slowly but surely getting my mojo back. And, like, another thing that I was kind of avoiding, or that I have been avoiding the past few years, is I would have a tendency to, like, go apeshit about, like, the first episode of something, like intending to do a series, and then I would, you know, put so much effort. I mean, Lindsay's Fallout Films is an example of that. You know, I made that teaser, and I almost finished the first episode. That's gonna be a video one of these weeks. I'm gonna finish the first episode. I don't want to do all of Lindsay's Fallout. I'm gonna circle back to that. So I, you know, would put all this work into doing, like, the beginning of a thing, and then so ADHD, and then I would fall off. And so I kind of, but doing that enough times built lack of self-trust. So I used to get, like, really excited about these new ideas, but then watching myself go nuts about a new idea and then not stick to it, it compounded this, and I'm very, like, congested with a lot of these self-betrayals. So when I started doing this with the TV show and the streams, I did the absolute bare minimum with what the stream looked like, with what the production value of the videos, because I was just like, I need to see myself do it. I need to see myself stick to it. And then once it's clear that I'm not gonna betray myself again, then I'll start putting in effort. And, you know, we've been doing this for a while now, for a good few months, and so I was like, now I'm ready. Now I'm ready to start investing and actually starting to apply my decades of cinematography and videography skills to this thing that I now know I will do every week, which, as you can imagine, you know, feeds into a certain amount of fear and anxiety that I had about not doing a video this week. But I kind of had to have this meeting with myself and be like, you know you're committed to this. You know you're doing it every week. and you know that you can't do it this week. You know that rent is around the corner, you have work to do, and also I've been having some issues with my nicotine patches that were messing with my sleep, and um that was really the big thing, is because I was like fluctuating between like 12 hours of sleep, 2 hours of sleep, 12 hours of sleep, 2 hours of sleep. And I was like, and then the day after 2 hours of sleep nights, whatever energy I had to go to work that's going to pay my bills. So I was like, you know what, Lindsay, you can trust yourself to skip this week. You'll be there, and you'll do the stream on Saturday because it doesn't have the editing or production time. And you can trust yourself to take this week off, and you're not going to quit. And I already know what I'm going to do next week. I'm going to do the favorite scene from the Fallout TV show. Do you guys actually know? Like, is it going to be a surprise? Do you guys know what my favorite scene from the Fallout TV show is? I feel like I have said what the scene is before, but if nobody remembers, that might be kind of fun if it's a surprise. I'm just curious if you guys, since you guys are my regulars, you would know, if anybody would know or retain what my favorite scene is. What I can tell you is that while I don't think I've ever actually explicitly talked about it in any of the Fallout TV show videos, like, I reference it a lot when I'm talking about other scenes. So I'll be talking about a scene from like the most recent episode, but then when I'm like exploring the point, I will cut back. I've cut back to this scene so many times. Like, I think a Lindsay's Fallout geek could probably guess what it is. And that's one of the reasons why this scene is my favorite scene, is because I think the theme that this particular scene captures is so vast. It applies to so many situations. Okay, I'm gonna look at chat. You'd recognize when one of your many followers, I'm such a small-time creator. I'm so, like, that's so funny that you would think of me that way. I'm so low, like, I'm not getting invited anywhere, you know? Nobody's like, oh my god, is Lindsay's Fallout here? The Feral Cools, I'll be here on Saturday as much as possible, unless somebody's having a rough month or a rough week. It's okay not to show up every single time. I wonder if Atlas is gonna be here. Speaking of somebody who, like, you know, if Atlas doesn't not only like show up to a stream, but if he doesn't like watch the VOD later, he's like, I'm such a bad friend. I'm like, why are you putting this pressure on yourself? Like, I don't expect everybody to be here 100% of the time. I consider anytime anybody shows up a bonus. I don't feel entitled to any of this. If I was mad, can you imagine if I was mad at one of you for not showing up? Like, what a dick that would make me. Has to do with Maxon? Well, this is a TV show, so... Oh, you mean Maximus? Maximus is in the scene, yes. It is a Maximus scene. I've said it, but I've been driving one part of my hindbrain trying to remember it. If nobody remembers, then I won't tell you. Then it'll be a fun surprise. And then when you see it, you'll be like, oh, of course it was that one. I bet. 5,000 and change ain't nothing. Hugs and jaded high fives for all of you going through, because it sounds all similar to part of my chaos. I love that, like, the second I logged in, somebody was like, bar! I think that actually Atlas changed his status on Discord to something about the relaxing and getting a drink at bar. Neurodivergent people do inside jokes better. We really do. I think that that's a special neurodivergent. Like, we have so much more fun with inside jokes. I really do think we do. It's one of the special gifts, but I always have to tell Kiwi and Alice not to. Actually, I was thinking about this because, okay, last stream, was that last week? Kiwi and Alice started dropping inside jokes that's like just from the three of us that you guys weren't in on, and I was like, that's not fair. But maybe this is just for Feral Cools, so like when these actual videos come out, then you guys will be the only ones in the know. is the Tim the Ghoul thing. So we're gonna be doing comedy sketches. It's one of the reasons I'm planting saves, because I'm in the back of my head I really got to be thinking about when we do the sketches. We're gonna do I'm gonna make our characters in Fallout 4, and I'm literally cheating by putting us in our characters in power armor, so that I don't have to worry about like facial designs or I think maybe eventually it's kind of one of those things like don't put too much work into it until you know you can stick to it kind of a thing. So just to simplify it, we're all going to be in power armor, and we're all going to have like different kinds of power armor for our characters. It's also going to make the audio editing easier, because even if we have like different microphones, oh, speaking of which, Kiwi's doing a voiceover thing for me. I should check in with him about that. But if we're all in power armor, then I can put like the same voice filter on all of us, and so even if our audio qualities are different, then they'll sound the same. But anyway, so the Tim the Ghoul thing, maybe I don't have to explain it too much and ruin it, but it is a joke from one of these sketches, because we're gonna have, because it's, you know, the sketches are for Atlas Omnicorp, Atlas's business, we're calling the whole series Atlas Omni Lore. So if I talk about Atlas Omni Lore, you know what I'm talking about. And our characters are sort of wasteland, edgier kind of exaggerations of like things about us, like our personalities, and which is kind of hard to do, because like I actually had to say to Atlas once, like, just so you know, I'm not passive aggressively arguing with you through these characters, but sometimes we'll have a conversation, like even if it's not like an argument, that'll give me an idea for these characters, because the reason they're based on us is honestly path of least resistance. Because we want to make a lot of these little sketches, it's going to be easier to stick to it if the characters aren't too much work to play. So they're all sort of amplifications of you know, our more idiosyncratic, and the way it's kind of shaping up is because it's Fallout, and you know, so we're in the Fallout universe, so we're kind of terrible, horrible versions of ourselves. I've amusedly sometimes referred to it as Always Sunny in the Wasteland, because we're sort of Always Sunny in Philadelphia wasteland versions of ourselves. And there is a gag surrounding this non-character that we named Tim the Ghoul, and that we kind of keep circling back to. So when we were, and it has nothing to do with Tim Kaine. It has nothing to do with Tim Kaine, which I think almost makes it funnier. We just wanted it to be like the most average neighborly name that we could think of, and it became Tim, and that's just a great, it's like a, almost like Home Improvement, Tim the Toolman Taylor, just sounds like a neighbor named Tim. And then we needed Tim to have some sort of characteristic that felt very Fallout, like, because it used to be like Tim up the river, you know, Tim up the, but I was like, up the river isn't Fallout enough, and the easiest thing to do, I can't remember which one of us, it wasn't me, it had to have been Kiwi or Atlas, was like Tim the Ghoul, you know, Tim the Ghoul. And so like now they'll just mention Tim the Ghoul randomly, because that's what we're doing in the sketches. So if they're ever here again and they talk about Tim the Ghoul, and I can't wait till you guys actually see it, because that might be one of the first ones we actually record, because it was like the first one I wrote. It was like this middle of the night fever dream of just writing this sketch idea and then sending it to them like, guys, we gotta do this thing, it's so funny. It's really, yeah, I feel like if you've watched Always Sunny in Philadelphia, I've been trying to think of like what our characters are like the equivalent, and they're not like all, like, there's a lot of similarities I think between Atlas and Mac from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, as far as like the role that he kind of plays, where he's kind of like, he's an asshole, but there's like this kind of sweet, I don't want to say dumb, because he's not dumb. I mean, he's like, there's something lovable about him, even though he's an asshole. But me and Kiwi aren't really one-to-ones to Always Sunny. At first I was thinking like Dinz, the me character, is kind of like a cross between Charlie and D, but I think overall she's sort of like a lesbian version of a very typical sort of female role in sitcom, sort of an angry, exasperated straight man. I think Atlas would probably say it's sort of like a uh, sort of the autistic thing is that I'm the one that cares the most about order, which is sort of the Charlie-ish aspect. The one that's like, ah, God, these guys are crazy. And then Atlas is like the wild one, and Kiwi, I would imagine if Abed from Community was secretly evil. I really liken Kiwi. This might be kind of out there. You'll have to tell me if you guys have seen this. I associate Kiwi a lot with the bass player from the movie That Thing You Do. Like, how the bass player was, like, nice and, really, like, sociable, but he was, like, off in his own world. And I started, for the sake of having the whole sort of their evil, like, Always Sunny in Philadelphia vibe, I really liked the idea of Kiwi being... He seems really nice and pleasant, but there's, like, this sort of secret, subdued, would really rather be in the Legion thing kind of going on. And I think Kiwi kind of has that in him, too. Like, he plays evil in video games, but he's really, really nice in real life. And sometimes I wonder, I'm like, are you hiding some evil under the surface that you just, like, channel into, like, Legion playthroughs? So that was sort of the inspiration. And he seemed totally down for that idea. I was like, man, that would have sucked if he thought that was, like, offensive or something. But I can't imagine Kiwi being, like, offended by anything. He's the bass player. He's too often on his own planet to be offended by anything. Like, it was so... When we were at Fallout Fan Celebration this past year, he, like... Alice and I were, like, working the booth, and Kiwi just fucked off. Like, just like the bass player in That Thing You Do. And we weren't really worried, because he's gonna be okay. And because he had a phone from New Zealand, we couldn't really get a hold of him either, but we're like, he'll find his way back. We don't worry about him, he's okay. In the video you're going to make, it's going to be about your favorite scene in the show. Why don't we make this dream about what we want to see in Fallout 5? Make this stream, you mean? About what we want to see in Fallout 5 and our theories. Yeah! Actually, thanks for kind of getting me back on topic. So, I was thinking about, like, the new format of when I started the stream and doing the trivia and the icebreakers. And I started working on, like, I started to get more official. I started to take the trivia thing more seriously and started spreadsheets. And I just didn't really have enough questions for any particular category. And I was, like, also copying in questions that I've already asked. And I was like, a lot of these questions I've already asked. I made a lot more headway with the icebreakers. And one of them is... Actually, is it? Is the Fallout 5? It should be. I'm gonna look and see. I think it's when Maximus gets the power armor and leaves a what's-his-name to the bear. That is an excellent guess. I do go back, but that scene I've actually talked about in detail a couple times. And my favorite scene, I don't think I've ever talked about my favorite scene directly, but I've referenced it and shown stills of it when I'm talking about different scenes, if I remember correctly. In fact, I think in, like, one of the older videos, like season 1 video, I started talking about that scene, and then said, this scene deserves its own video. And then I never did it. And that's one of the reasons it's on my list, is because I always thought I was gonna do a video about this scene, which is why I didn't talk about it before, because I was like, oh yeah, obviously I'm gonna do a whole video about this one scene, because it's this one scene, and then I just never did. So, like, so as a result, I've never really talked about my favorite scene before. So I guess, obviously, that means it is season 1. Sounds like a clever workaround, then simple. Consider me intrigued. Hey, I wrote a book, and my sister and I are the basis for the main character's personality. You wrote a book? Is it, like, for sale? Do you want to self-promo? Good for you writing a book. I kind of did once. I took a fan fiction, and then, and when I printed the fan fiction, it was 3 books. Because I wrote it digitally, I had no concept for how long it actually was. I thought it was just gonna be, like, one big book. And then when I saw I wrote 3 books, like, I held them in my hands, because I was just like, that's incredible. Like, that I did this, knowing that I can do this. And I think it helped that, like, I didn't look at page numbers. I wasn't paying attention to how much I was writing. So then I took those 3 books and then I turned them into, like, one original book. And it's problematic. by today's standards. So, I was definitely subconsciously unpacking a lot of like race stuff because it was sort of inspired by when I was in K-pop fandom and being in a fandom that was like surrounded in predominantly, not white artists was, wisdom comes from contrast. I didn't really understand my whiteness until being in K-pop fandom. And it took me a while, of course, because I talked about in the Ghoulsy video, it's a never-ending journey. And I was still figuring a lot of stuff out when I wrote these stories that now I look at and go, oh, that's, by today's standards, yeah, that's not, I don't know if I would stand by this. Just like a lot of white people, my intentions were good. But I didn't have the right cultural context for how certain stuff lands. Because I was still a really problematic white person. I was expressing myself authentically, but that authenticity was problematic. The Algoi scratching through the brother. I feel like, I think I've mentioned in like one of my Maximus videos that the scratch through the armor is so iconic. And I'm surprised I don't hear more people talking about that. But I guess now that people like Maximus more, maybe we'll start seeing that more. But I thought that was so clever to mark, this is Maximus's armor. And this is what Maximus... And now, last we saw, he like left it in the fucking desert. It's just sitting out there. We don't know what... I wonder where his armor is going to end up. Vault 4. We found it again. He just keeps leaving it. Which is, honestly, one of the many things I think the show doesn't get credit for. That's so Fallout to just leave your armor random places, is it not? Like... fusion core's dead. Gotta leave the armor. There's so much stuff like that, and that might be a good video topic. There's like little things like that in the show. Like people are so hung up on the lore trajectory and like whether their playthrough of New Vegas got ruined, etc. That there's these little details about like power armor functionality. Like the most overt example of this is, obviously when the ghoul says the law of the wasteland is get sidetracked every damn time. But there's so many other more subtle things than that. Oh, that's a good topic. I'm gonna write it down. I might go back to doing thinky videos. We'll see. I hope that works, though it didn't actively link. Oh, you put a thing in the because links do like because of stream stuff. That's why like I wish that I had the bandwidth to start a Discord so there was a place for that kind of thing. Because I do want the right people to be able to send me. I wonder if I can give on ADHD out of control. Okay, I'm gonna open my Lindsay's Fallout thing and make notes of things to look into. Then maybe I can do, and now I know when I do things like this during stream and I'm like, I want to look into this thing, I need to do it the first thing, like Sunday morning, because then it, like the canteen thing that I added to the animation, because otherwise I'll forget. If I did make a lot of lists for Fallout 5 ideas, because I thought I was gonna do that, but then I also thought about the scene thing, and the scene thing would be easier to do technically, which might be better for my brain right now. I do want to talk about Fallout 5 ideas. I don't remember who said that now. Okay, so new journal entry today. Okay, so after stream to-do list. Figure out best way for Feral Cools to send me links. I have, speaking of Feral Cools, I don't know how much I like this idea yet. Because I think last time we talked about this, I was like, I'm going to call it Lindsay's Fallout, even if I talk about things that aren't Fallout, because I like that it kind of also means Lindsay's consequences. But the fact that I want to talk about stuff that might expand outside of Fallout isn't the only issue. It's also that I don't actually really go by Lindsay. I go by Dinz. Like, if you've seen Atlas, and I think some of you have already learned that and actually call me Dinz. But Dinz's Fallout sounds weird. And I don't know. So, what if the channel was just called Feral Cool? And then it wouldn't have the name issue, it wouldn't have Fallout in it, and but then there's like all these other videos that are called that are like, hey, welcome to Lindsay's Fallout every episode. But people have done weirder things, and other Fallout channels don't feel the need to put the word Fallout in the channel title. I'm not saying I'm gonna do it, but be honest, gut reaction, how does that strike you? Will his new NCR armor be better because it also has a bear on it, which represents his origins? Well, the new NCR armor is super fucking cool, but I guess I'm going back to, like, it's a shame that the scratch across the... It also just sort of signifies his wounding by the Brotherhood of Steel. It's like, it's got the Brotherhood of Steel logo scratched out. You know? It's kind of like when we were talking about, like, why in Fallout 4 I didn't want to scrap the molecular relay because it's like a part of my character's history. Oxford had a video about Fallout lore called about Colorado and prep for season 3. In the end, he asked if the ghoul finds the Legion, which state would he be in? I commented probably Colorado. He did a video about Colorado. They're not gonna get the... He's not gonna actually... It's gonna end up being a waste. They're not actually gonna go to Colorado. I really don't think so. Don't worry about it. It's a copy-paste thing anyway. It's not that hard. But it's something, like, are we still talking about your book link? It's still something in general, like, this isn't the first time this has come up, you know? And also, I still don't know how, like, communities within YouTube, because another thing that's been really easier for my autism is having this whole operation just be in YouTube. Like, I can just post posts to, instead of having to, like, go to X or Twitter, and I can just stay in one app. And is there a way to have, like, a community, link posting privileges to a select few? Like, I really like the idea of just, as we go, I can decide, okay, this person is cool to post links, but not making it a thing like, you can post links if you get Lindsay's permission, so if the channel gets bigger, there won't be, like, people, like, up my ass being like, can I have links permission? Can I have links permission? Can I have links permission? Like, no. I need to, like, feel out who I know and trust. I'm down for the Feral Cool channel. Maybe call it Feral Cool House for double reference. There's something kind of edgy and about just Feral Cool, like, alone. But I had this weird feeling when I thought of that, because I was like, I feel like I'm taking y'all's name away. Like, it's your name for the team, and it's like, I'm not Feral Cool. I'm Lindsay, and then you guys are the Feral Cools, and you'd still be the Feral Cools. It's just sort of like backwards. Like, normally, like, the nickname would be made after the channel name, but then this way it went kind of the other way. Because Feral Cool is a really cool name. And, like, you guys will know where the name came from. And also, you'll be, like, a part of, like, the history of the channel. I like the Feral Cool's rename idea, but almost thinking the Feral Cool. Like, you're the king. Oh my god, like, I'm the king, and you guys, ha ha! Oh man, that's funny. There's something about Feral Cool without the that it almost sounds like an adjective, like something that, like, the channel is feral cool. It's like a kind of cool that is feral. Dinz's Feral Cool Den. Too ghoul for school. Okay, so nobody's getting bad vibes about it, and if you did, I still don't know if I'm gonna do it or how I feel about it, but I wanted to see, like, I had this fear that you guys would feel like something was taken from you if I did that, and I just kind of wanted to feel that out, and it would not exist without you. That is true. It really depends on how hard my autism itches over, over the fact that my name isn't really what I go by. Another thing is, okay, so when I first started YouTube in 2012, I, had this thing at the beginning of every video where I would say, hey, it's the Dins, what's shaking? Like, my first YouTube show was called The Dins, because I go by Dins. And at the beginning of every video, I'd say, hey, it's the Dins, what's shaking? And then I quit doing that when I started doing, like, TikTok and shorts, because there wasn't enough room. Because the videos, I had to pack the content. I didn't really have time to have an intro or a tagline. So I stopped saying it. And then when I came back to YouTube, I was like, oh, well, now that I'm back to YouTube, I can say, hey, it's the Dins, what's shaking again. And then I realized, well, the channel is called Lindsay's Fallout. If I say, hey, it's the Dins, what's shaking, is that going to confuse people? Like, I got really up my ass about that. About, like, if it's Lindsay's Fallout and I say, hey, it's the Dins, what's shaking, that's going to be really confusing. So, like, then I dropped it, and I'm like, and so as time is going on, people are meeting me as Lindsay and introducing themselves and introducing me as Lindsay. And then I feel like I have to stop and explain. But then I'm like, if I stop and say I go by Dins, but then my channel is Lindsay's Fallout. So then I started saying Lindsay or Dins is fine, which it is. And then people will default to Lindsay because that's what the channel is called. And then I was like, this isn't about whether or not Fallout is in the title anymore. Lindsay being in the title also presents problems. And also, why am I doing this? The whole reason I did it that way is to be really, like, niche and clear. You know, the autism, like, wants to be really clear. And I'm like, I feel like if I was an audience member and I saw a channel that's had Fallout in the title, I'd know, oh, this is a Fallout channel. That's good to know that this is a Fallout thing. But there are lots of channels that, like, only talk about Fallout. Oxhorn has nothing to, like, only pretty much only talks about Fallout, and that's not in there. Or like Juicehead or Rad. I guess Rad King has Rad, so that's like on brand. But nobody else feels the need to say Fallout in the title. So why, like, this is so ADHD autistic shit to be overthinking this. Oh my god, I've, like, barely even said anything, and I've already said so much. I don't want to I don't want to burn all my energy with all this jibber jabber chit chat. As somebody who was around for those days, I loved the callback. You were around for the Dins? You watched did anybody else here watch the Dins? Sound off. I think you've mentioned that before, and, like, maybe it didn't sink in. I cannot believe that. You watched the Dins. Isn't it weird that I didn't know I was gay back then? Isn't that bizarre? It's so obvious now. I mean, I took all those videos offline because, yeah. So, maybe I shouldn't say this on stream, but I can't help myself. You know how I've talked about how, like, I was in a really abusive, like, friendship for 25 years? Yeah. That person was a huge part of the Dins. It's one of the reasons those videos aren't online anymore. Like, and, yeah, so if you remember the cast of the Dins, one of those people is that person that I keep talking about, my keeper. If you feel that the name is holding back your creativity, then I say it's okay to change it. You know, I had that thought, but sometimes it's good to hear somebody else say it. Thank you. Sometimes, like, my brain can get tied up in so many knots that it's hard for me to decide if something is really worth making a big deal out of, or something should hold me back creatively. You were 16 when those videos were uploaded, and you're 30 now. Wow. Your name does look familiar. Wow, I think you should change it if it doesn't feel like it's really you in the clearest way. Thank you. Erica Taylor TV. That seems like a newer-ish name. Are you new here? Or are you not new and did I just make an ass out of myself? and I've mentioned this before, another big part of it is, oh yeah, I posted this thing about how like my hard drive space is filling up, right? And so I made a huge judgment call today. I had like an entire playthrough of New Vegas recorded in a folder, taking up a gazillion gigs. And I looked at it and I realized, realistically, if I wanted any of the stuff that's in this footage, I'm like, saves, yeah, I keep talking about planting saves. Saves take up a lot less hard drive space than videos do. So realistically, if I was making a video and I wanted something, what am I more likely to do? Dig through all these video files to find that moment, or just pull up the save and record it again? I'm probably gonna pull up the save and record it again. So I was just like, I'm not even gonna look at what's in here, and I'm just gonna delete it. If there was anything in this footage that was like a special novel moment, then I would have clipped it out and even if there is a special novel moment, when am I ever gonna find it? Am I gonna sit and watch all this footage to remember? If I don't remember it, you know? So this is actually really good ADHD hoarder advice. If you're trying to decide whether or not, I really do think this is helpful. If you're trying to decide whether or not to throw something away or delete something, imagine a scenario when you would use that thing. And if you can't imagine a scenario where you would use it, no matter what it is, get rid of it. Because it's just going to take up space. And that's how I felt about that. And I cleared up a lot of space doing that. No, I don't come to the streams often. I usually get in bed earlier because it's 9 p.m. here and I'm getting old. Yeah, there is a time zone issue with 5:30, 6:30, 7:30. Yeah, because I'm, 3 hours, because I'm on the West Coast, which works better for me because I'm an early bird, so I like being, um, I like that I'm earlier than everybody. It works for me. Like other people, it's like 10 o'clock, and I'm like, I'm good with 7, you know? But like in the morning. But it does, but this is like the one situation where it's the opposite problem because it's streaming at night. I might actually be happier streaming earlier in the day, but how would that strike you guys? We'll throw that idea out there. Would any of you not be able to watch if I did? It probably wouldn't be Saturday during the day because, or maybe it would be. That's another thing, is that whenever me and Doug, my friend, oh my god, I just said his name. That's not a name I should say on. He's not one of the people in my. He's like a real life person who does not internet, and he watches sometimes. If you're watching, I'm so sorry. My friend in real life who is not a person who is terminally online. He's like the main person that when I do stuff like in the city, he's the person I do stuff with. And like weekends during the day, because I can stream at night. I can't go out at night. I will fall asleep. In fact, oh my god, we got tickets for Dear Evan Hansen. I have to pay him back for those tickets. And I specifically wanted to go to a Sunday matinee because even though like evenings is when people go to musicals, I'm so much happier and more comfortable doing that kind of thing during the day because I have so much more energy. At least write down one important thing you want to recreate later. You don't want it to completely disappear. I'm good to watch anytime. I'm just not an early riser. Yeah, man, probably wouldn't do it like... Yeah, a lot of streamers will do it during the day, huh? Because a lot of streamers like stream all day. What else did I want to write down on this thing? Sadly, if you streamed during the day, I wouldn't be able to watch. Oh, no! But what if I started... Because, sometimes I go for a long time. So what if I, like, started at, like, noon and ended at, like, 6 p.m.? Which I would normally think was crazy. But you've watched me do this. So apparently I can do that. Friendly fiends, ghouls, gals, pals, and NB pals! Ladies and gentlemen, and the gender liberated. Oh my god, I did have that idea earlier, and then I was gonna write it down. I got ADHD, and I branched off, didn't I? The video idea that was so good. What was it? Does anybody remember? I had a video idea that I was gonna write down, and then I got distracted. It was was it a TV show thing? I'm gonna be so happy if somebody remembered. And the irradiated. I'm making fancy veggie soup that requires stages in the beginning. I could never. I eat powder. Protein powder. I have to marry somebody who cooks or I'll starve to death. The Fallout 5 thing was already on the list. It was like a conversation that we had after that. I already made a lot of notes for the wishes for Fallout 5. You're gonna go back and make the first episode of that show you wanted to do? Oh, right! It was, thank you so much. Small details. This was a future videos. So, small, subtle details in the Fallout TV show that reflect game knowledge. Things like leaving power armor in the middle of nowhere. Like one of the things I loved in the first season was the whole idea of how taking the fusion core out of his power armor made him trapped inside. I was obsessed with that. I thought that was so cool. Things like a dick doll isn't that clever because that's like obviously a thing for the, but things that are like if they did something like she hoarded a lot of junk from somewhere and then like stashed it in a container by the door so that she wouldn't lose it. They haven't done that, but if they did, that would make the list. Hacking is another thing. It's kind of like a dick doll. It's like, it's not subtle enough. I feel like there are more. My friend whose name I just said that I wish I hadn't, we're gonna start rewatching the show. And I'm just gonna have my iPad on my lap, and I'll be able to write down examples of this. You know, maybe like those are worth like, okay, the things like that, I'm gonna write them down anyway. So that's cinematic cam. And I also just really enjoy brainstorming stuff like this with you guys. This is one of my favorite things that we do. The hacking, what was something that somebody said earlier? The abandoning power armor. May as well make the side tracking quote. Like there are things like that that just really made me feel like, oh yeah, they absolutely played the game. The oh yeah, a dick doll. That's the other one. And stealing. Oh yeah, and something speech checks I guess deserve. Maybe yeah. None of these are like as subtle as the power armor thing. And I hope I spot more of those. It kind of reminds me of, I mean, overall, this wasn't a great video game movie, but when I saw the first Resident Evil movie in theaters, because Mila Jovovich was my subconscious's wife, I loved, like, there was a scene where he was, like, walking around looking at stuff, and I was like, oh, he's running around hitting X! Just like you would in a Resident Evil game. Crafting a weapon. The weapons cache! When they find the power armor and the weapons cache, that counts. The NCR weapons cache and, like, finding power armor that was just abandoned sitting there. And finding abandoned power armor. That was very, like, felt very Fallout. A vault full of dead people. Yes! Finding vault full of dead people. Finding, I guess, vaults, because if you count Vault 33 and Vault 24. Full of dead people and finding what happened. Um, oh, in the first, not the first episode, I guess it was the second episode when Skellies, um, finding Skellies and death scenes in the wasteland. That was one of the first things that made me go, oh my god, this is so Fallout. It'd be fun to talk about which characters are using mechanics from different Fallout games, like how the Ghoul is using New Vegas custom ammo mechanics. That is a cool custom ammo mechanics. And something that I feel like a lot of fans have already talked about, but is a fun thing to add to have on this list is speech checks. Saying that characters failed speech checks. Oh my god, that reminds me, I gotta tell you this. I was wondering if this might be, like, is this too personal, but it's so relevant. So is anybody, by chance, familiar with internal family systems therapy? Like, do you know what that is? Or parts work? Because this is hilarious. And it's the most autistic thing ever. So I think I told you guys that I was doing EMDR therapy, but after talking to my therapist, we kind of realized that it might not be the appropriate therapy for me because it's really about targeting like specific traumatizing memories. And my trauma's really more story trajectories. You know, like my trauma is all of K through 12. It's not really like there are like a few little incidences, but it's not like the kind of thing where if we dig into that one incident, it's gonna do any significant work. So she was like, do you want to try internal family systems? And that was kind of challenging at first because the idea, when she was describing it, she's like, have you seen the movie Inside Out? Which is probably the best way to describe internal family systems. It's basically, you know, a lot of like, you know, when we are carrying trauma that's like disrupting our lives because there's these contradictory parts inside of us. Like, a classic example of this would be like, your mom really wants you to go to church, but your heart is atheist and doesn't believe in God. And the part of you that wants to make your mom happy and to live your truth are in conflict, right? So basically all these little conflicts kind of create these different kind of entities in your psyche, and that inability to resolve those conflicts, you know, causes a lot of suffering, right? So the idea in IFS is to basically turn all those parts into like characters, like Inside Out, so that you can kind of separate and talk to them separately, and kind of separate the ego and not be too attached to any of these parts, so you can observe them like more objectively. It's I've always been fascinated by the idea. I always thought it was because I definitely feel like those parts, but I really struggle with the like imagination aspect of it, of creating those characters. I always end up jumping around. And when I tried to sort of play with the idea of creating my parts before, I had a much easier time if they were existing fictional characters, you know, that I could not where, because I'm an autistic person who projects my shit. And one of the reasons I became so obsessed with Fallout and the TV show specifically is because I saw so much of my issues in it, you know? So as we started talking about this idea, I was like, and thank God my therapist has actually watched the Fallout TV show. I was like, I'm pretty sure we could make an entire internal family, an entire system of just the characters on the Fallout TV show. I think all of my parts are in the show. And so after my session, I stopped and I wrote down. So this is it. So this is, and after I wrote all this down, like this is my internal, I'm literally using Fallout characters for real life therapy. I was like, I have to share this with the Feral Cools because I think this is Lindsay's Fallout in essence. This is like me, and it is all of my issues in Fallout characters. And so the way that I sort of broke this down, and because I think this is a good way to deal with parts in general, is what need is this part trying to meet, right? Basically, this part of me is trying to meet my needs in this way, and then if I'm unable to meet my needs in this way that this part expects to get our needs met, suffering, pain, right? So I've been through every character that represents a part of me and what need that part, or how that part of me expects to get their needs met. Okay? This is gonna be fun and very real. Before I read it though, I want to catch up on chat. If the ghoul is like, yeah, the idea that like different characters are different. I've heard that before. Was it one of you that said that the different characters are different Fallout games? Norm is Fallout 3, but that could work. Another thing that the show does a lot, have a lot of good props, like the guns, the Pip-Boy, and the different food products scattered around. Yeah. Having her nickname be Sugar Bomb was such a good idea. It's similar to sushi in the sense it's a racial. Oh, sorry, you're talking about the thing you're cooking. So I have been a DM for a long time, and I've used some of my NPCs to sort out my personality. Yeah. I love Norm. He's so Is Norm underrated? I feel like he's pretty beloved. But that's the weird thing about the internet, is it sort of changes our it sort of warps our, not warps, that makes it sound inauthentic, but invalid. It's like kind of like when I was talking about the Ghoulsy thing, and how I was like, everybody's talking about this like this is a huge problem, and I've never seen Ghoulsy fan art before. You know, like there's a lot of things that people say are really common in the fandom that I like, or like that they can't escape in the fandom that I like have never even seen. Thanks for giving a therapy term to something I didn't realize my hindbrain was somewhat doing randomly throughout life. It's really helpful, especially because of the separating the ego thing. Lindsay's Fallout bar. Again, sounds great. I cooked professionally for 30 years. Oh my god, that's crazy. It's just crazy because like I always feel, I don't want to sound disrespectful when I talk about food. I actually have so much respect for people that do stuff with food. It's just never like, I was thinking about this with the whole quitting smoking thing. If I could smoke food, I would. If I could, I prefer smoking to eating. I really do. As far as sensory wise, for a very specific, so autistic reason. Weight. Not like gaining weight, but I mean like smoke is light, food is heavy. That's why I tend to drink smoothies and stuff. Food is, and why I just basically never eat meat, because that's the heaviest of them all. Food makes me feel sluggish. Even when it's not, I mean, and it doesn't even have to be gluten-y. Like, I remember I used to love spaghetti. That's crazy to me now. When I eat spaghetti, it's just like eating weight. So I, am not, Lindsay's ended up developing very weird, unexpected issues with food. You should do a case study about yourself, more Fallout timeline characters, and talk about parallels and such. As I make my daily dinner smoothie. If, like, I would love to talk to somebody who is really well versed in food and knows a lot about food for, what food is light enough, or feels light to me, but has the nutrients I need. Like, I love, like, Caesar salad is one of my favorite things. It's super light, but you can't eat it, like, a lot. It's not gonna actually make you not hungry anymore. So whoever, like, knows, if anybody has thoughts, or who knows a lot about food, about food that is nourishing and makes you feel not hungry, but doesn't feel heavy, I'm interested. Joy is Lucy, anger is the ghoul, and fear is Max. No, fear is, as far as an Inside Out, I would say that would be, oh my god, why am I drawing a blank? The one who's turning into a mutant and everybody's obsessed with trying to figure out what he's turning into. I'm kind of sick of that conversation, to be honest. I'm like, there's some things on the show that I don't have the answers yet, and I'm just perfectly fine with waiting for the show to tell me. And whatever the hell he's turning into, I'm fine. Chet. That's not who I was thinking of, but Chet is, oh man. He was so happy and he stood up for himself for 5 seconds until he heard death to management, and then it took a dark turn. Oh, Chet. Oh man. I want Norm to get to Mr. House so bad. I can't imagine how that's gonna happen, but that's what I want so bad. Okay, now going back to my therapy list. You guys are gonna get a kick out of this. Okay, so the ghoul. So first I'm gonna say the character, and then I'm going to say what the how that part of me expects to have their needs met. I hope I explained that well. The ghoul. I can only meet my needs on my own. I must be independently competent and willing to hurt others to take care of myself. Evidence or reminders that I can't trust myself is painful. So when I, look at old pictures of myself during times when I had like identity disturbance or I was like entrenched by my keeper and stuff, that tells me you're incompetent and you can't take care of yourself because you let this horrible stuff happen to you. Trigger, right? Next, Mr. House. I will meet my needs if I know everything. Evidence that I'm operating with bad information is painful. That I don't have all the information that is relevant to me being able to take care of myself. I have to know everything. Next one, Cooper Howard. Cooper Howard and the ghoul are two different parts. Cooper Howard. I live in a decent world that wants people to have their needs met. So evidence that others don't want me to meet my needs is painful. Like facing the reality that the world wasn't quite as on my side as I thought it was. So, and then the next one is Lucy. And I've made fun of myself a lot for this in the TV show videos. I will meet my needs if I convince people that they should meet them. This is the talking down from my dinosaur thing, right? And it's also kind of the autistic thing, even though I don't think Lucy's an autistic character, to clarify, is this belief that if I just explain to people why they should act this way or that way, or why they should trust each other, which is basically like all my videos talking about trust and everything else, I'm like, if I just explain to people that they should be decent, then they should be, because I explained it so well. So evidence that failing to convince others that I deserve to have my needs met is painful. The fact that I just can't logically explain to people to why they should trust me and then that I'm trustworthy. When things are not explainable, when things cannot be handled with diplomacy, right? And the last one is, obviously, this is the one that I talk about a lot on the show, Maximus. I will meet my needs if I'm loyal and work hard for a good cause. The evidence that hard work and loyalty does not lead to met needs is painful. So, like, starting my nonprofit, and that didn't lead to me, the acts of service part of me, the acts of service love language. If I do a good job, then I will be, accepted and loved and all of that. So, like, when I looked at all of these together in a list, I was like, yeah, I basically have a lot of issues with, like, turning to the world and being like, what do I need to do to make you love me and take care of me? Because none of this stuff is working. It doesn't matter if I know everything. It doesn't matter if I'm try as hard as I can to be independent. There's still things I can't do on my own. It doesn't matter if I work really hard for a good cause. It doesn't matter if I'm really good at what I do. It doesn't matter how good I explain it. I don't have control. It doesn't seem to be up to me whether or not I'm taken care of, or whether or not I'm, whatever. I can also say fear is Lucy's dad, but how much he wants to protect her. I grew up Dutch Canadian, definitely didn't have the kind of food I'm making for myself now. Does Dutch Canadian affect what food you have access to? I could never be the ghoul. But there's that element in me. I think, like, something that I've grappled with, and I've even talked about in the videos, is that I don't want to have to be the ghoul. I want to live in community and harmony and be loved and cared about, but every time I try to find community by being good at the work that I do, or explaining things really well, or, all these things, it doesn't, and then if all of those things don't work, then the only remaining option is to be able to do it all myself. But I can't do it all myself. Not only because no human really can, but I'm also autistic and ADHD and I have issues, and I can't carry this is something I struggle with a lot, is I can't carry the weight of my own existence. It's just too much. Just the bare minimum of being a person in the modern world is too much. What I long for is to be in a community where people have specialized jobs and I can just do the thing that I'm good at and just stick to it and be really amazing at that one thing and not have to worry about my taxes or food, and like have those things done for me, but not because I'm a freeloader, because I'm good at this other thing. That's all. I just can I do the stuff, like, I'm amazing at the things that I'm good at. Can I just live in a way where I can just do those things and not these other things that society calls you a burnout piece of shit if you're not good at. You know, I just want to do what I'm good at and have my other needs met by other people. Like, but I have to earn my place somewhere, but I don't know how because I don't know what anybody wants. It's also why I'm single. All those things you just said, once again, sound too eerily familiar. Digital Circus! I remember that. Oh my god, I saw that on, I think I like randomly hit it on Netflix or something, and I was like, wow, this show is weirdly better than I expected it to be. But now I guess the name of the game is just not giving up. Okay, so now that we have, oh, I should do a break. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. So I have had the icebreaker question on the screen this whole time, and I've just been going on and I haven't actually explained it. So I now have like a text thing that I can click on. So when I ask like an icebreaker question, then I can actually put it in text on the screen. So what I'm thinking is that while I'm playing Fallout 4, I can periodically switch out what question is on the screen. So I already had like this one icebreaker question that I haven't asked, but I'll also have it on the screen for BRB. So while we're burbing and I'm jumping up and down, I said I should go jump up and down because that's all I'm doing. I'm just trying to get the ADHD like while I am, because I actually feel like I could just immediately go into the game right now and be fine, but I'm trying to make wiser decisions than just following how I feel in the moment. So, when I have the BRB screen up, I'm going to have a question up, and then while I'm playing, I will periodically throw up the next... Throw up. Ew. I will put up more icebreaker questions. Yeah, this is going to work. Because I have all these cool icebreaker questions, and I really want to hear what you guys say, and what you guys say might end up being inspiration for future topics. So I'm going to prep my windows for that. Funky Deathclaw reminding you to like and subscribe. Oh yeah, I also want to do more singing. Not necessarily like on stream, but I might be surprise posting videos of me. Because like I'll be doing the dishes or something, and I'll be singing like maybe. And I'm like, I'm really good at singing this song. I should share it with the world. I need to find more Fallout songs that I'm good at singing. The songs that I am best at singing are Silent Hill songs. Another reason to possibly change the name of the channel to Feral Cool, right? Because Silent Hill stuff, and I was going to say this earlier when I was talking about the hard drive space, I have so much cyberpunk shit. So much. And I have had that footage forever to do stuff with. And I'm going to add this to the list. Oh, somebody said earlier, like, this is something that I was going to put on the list for future videos, is the first episode of Lindsay's Fallout Films. I should fucking finish that. The only thing that scares me about it is that I did that with ENBs. So the question is, do I... And I don't know if I want to fuck with ENBs anymore. Do I want to reshoot it? And I might not want to because it's hard. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go to like the very beginning of my channel. You'll see like the partial first episode. I'll have to think about that. But if I'm gonna finish that, I have to get the same exact mods that I was using at the time. Otherwise, there'll be continuity errors. I'm like, what's harder? Compiling the exact same mods to do it again? And also I have different opinions now about what looks good. Oh! I don't know. I am going to add that future videos later thing. First episode of Lindsay's Fallout films. So whoever reminded me of that, and I'd already lost the plot, thank you. It's on the list now. Oh, Digital Circus on YouTube? Nice. Hit that like button! Yeah. And obviously super chats are always appreciated. And I want to start taking it more seriously to actually try to get more numbers for this channel, because and make this where my money comes from, because I can do it. I have the skills and the charisma, and also now that my camera setup is changed, I'm not going to retire Lindsay House because I love Lindsay House, but if I'm kind of selling myself as a personality, you know, because I'm not like the best Fallout player, I'm not necessarily that helpful, I'm entertaining, and if I'm trying to if my art form is me, you know, doing the me thing that I do, I should be on camera more. And also, I like what I look like. It took a long time to become a version of myself that I like. And I want to show it off, especially because I'm turning 40 this year. And I want to enjoy that I still look good. You're all around good and yourself. Thank you. I wonder what so much would be in typical measurements. Okay, I am burping, and the question is, name 2 Fallout characters who never met in the franchise, but you think they would despise each other if they did. Have fun. back. And it's darker now because we're about to play the game. Did I not turn on? Oh, you can barely see my galaxy light. Okay, let's see how y'all answered a question. Wanted to be a hero type costume and everything. You can have some stuff like that in 76, which is fun. Ooh, to be able to hire people like gunners, that's a cool idea. More Midwest lore. I thought a lot about how Texas might be a natural place. I mean, it's not Midwest, but like the middle of the country. I was too late to say the two. It's not. You can still answer it if you want. I also know that a popular mod in both Elder Scrolls and Fallout, unique starts. Yeah, we should be able to. I would love to see. When I was thinking about the Fallout 5 video, I was thinking, oh my god, I'm going to be comparing it to Cyberpunk a lot. And Cyberpunk, they really shouldn't call it different life paths. They should call it different starts or different origins, because your life path isn't really different. It just really changes your starting point. But I think Fallout should totally do that. Like, even if, like Cyberpunk, the main trajectory of the story is essentially the same. Like, basically all that's different in Cyberpunk is your origin, like where you start, your opening quest is different, and your dialogue options will be different. Like, what the things the character knows and doesn't know will be different. And there's like one special, every life path has like one quest that you can only do if you're on that life path. And all three of them are kind of lame, honestly. And very short, but it's like they had to do like something that made it different. But that idea of having a quest that you can only do on each life path is cool. And I think Fallout could totally do that. I mean, and something on my list of my notes for Fallout 5 is like things that I just wish they would stop doing dumb things. Like I hate the character kickoff main story of 3 and 4. I really hate them both. The looking for your dad and looking for your son is so fucking limiting. I hate them both. I really do. And 76 is just an abomination. I almost don't ever want to do a video about how much I hate the core idea of 76. They had Tranquility Lane as a concept. I can't get over that they had the simulation concept right there. And it would have been awesome. But no. I cannot believe that they didn't do that. I can't believe that they didn't do it like it's a Tranquility Lane kind of vault simulation. It's some angry autistic person working at Bethesda was tried so hard to get them to do that. There's no way nobody thought of that. There's no way. The ability to lock yourself out of options, good for replayability. Yeah. Yeah. Disco Elysium style. I think it would be fun to have your own store. I saw that when I was walking around, and I really like that idea. Not just, make guns and sell them to a vendor, but like to actually make guns not just to use, but to make a shop and to actually put the guns you made and the different paint jobs that you did on them on like a display. Especially me and Atlas as vendors at the convention, like I think that is such a cool idea to like really make a shop. And I think that settlers that can come to your settlements and can shop at your shop should all have names. Damn it. And at the very least, we should be able to name them. Nah, it's not very immersive to be able to name them. They should have names. More tribes, yes. More tribes, not just like settlers and raiders. Like actual tribes with cultures. Tribes with cultures that aren't just all like horrific. Um, Fallout 5, make your own factions and recruit from other factions. Yeah, make your own faction is something Atlas and I've talked about a lot. A lot. And I think similar to the life path idea is have like kind of core kinds of factions. Like I think we talked about, you could make it a raider, and that means basically you get your resources from like conquering other settlements. You could be like, you know, attacking and pillaging, or you could be like a more diplomatic settler style, or you could be a homesteader where you like basically are a bunch of farmers, and then you would like have shops and sell things, and people would come there and buy shit from you. You could be a caravan. Like maybe there'd be like four things like that. Um, Bayou would be a great setting. I've heard that New Orleans being discussed often. Um, I've heard people say Chicago, but that's like, oh, it's not different enough from Boston. Like I would really like to see like, you know, Texas really feels right to me. Something really like southern. Um, Not the infamous iguana. Yeah, the Everglades would be a really cool place for monsters though. For irradiated monsters. Um, no, I mean, what I don't like about 76 is that you can play the game 10 years after release date and you still overindulged. There's a core lack of logic to the whole reclamation day idea. That's what I don't like about it. And also because it's a prequel, like everything new that they create that we've never seen before, we have to sort of suspend disbelief that like it doesn't exist anymore in any of the other games. It really just locks them into a, the concept of 76 locks them into a corner where any like expansion or new ideas like doesn't make any sense. And having like bringing in elements from New Vegas and stuff doesn't make any, like nothing in 76 makes any sense because of that concept. But if it was a simulation, they could do whatever they wanted and it would make sense. And it would add to the lore and curiosity of we don't actually know where we are. If they add vehicles, they'd be adding in Starfield to Fallout. My faction will be all about the. I almost feel like it's too late for cars. Like if they add cars now, it's not gonna make any sense. I had got in this really amusing conversation in a Discord about what we need is robot horses. We need giddy up buttercups because they already have the animation capability for horses. I mean, we saw them turn dragons into scorch beasts. We all know what they did. They just took Skyrim dragons and turned them into scorch beasts. That's so. Why can't we turn Skyrim horses into robot horses? That's what we need. We need something to get around faster because, dear Lord, it just makes no sense for, like, with all this technology and there's no way to, like, be anything but on foot. It's just so far-fetched. I mean, power armor, but... Well, they're already written down in the sense that the chat is saved. Raccoon people? You said my raccoon people like that's something that you were promised. Is that a reference to something? They have a thing about loving historical sites for their locations. Yeah, like, that's another reason Texas would be good. But what if they surprise us and they actually go bigger? What if in Fallout 5 we're returning to both Washington and Boston? I mean, the 70, I think something that 76 is sort of it's a vault tech experiment on us to see what we respond to. And expeditions sort of seems to be them playing with expanding maps without expanding maps. The logic of 76 befuddles me too. Doesn't help that Fallout 3 was supposed to be set earlier. It's like a weird mix and match. I have some, this is something that's not just bothering me about Fallout, but it's bothering me about a lot of franchises. Why does everybody have such a fucking hard on for prequels? Like, why does everybody want to go back? Because that always creates problems. You know, Star Trek being like the most egregious example. Star Trek, I don't know if anybody's been following new Star Trek stuff, but they had a show that was a prequel, and then everybody on the show like went forward in time 1,000 years, and then it got pretty good, and I really like a lot of the stuff that's in this 1,000 years in the future thing. And by doing that, they sort of created this post-apocalyptic Star Trek scenario, so they were able, because basically the idea is that 1,000 years in the future, the Federation gets destroyed and has to rebuild. So they were able to be in the future, but also explain why some things aren't as good and why some things are better. Like, it gave them a lot of flexibility for why technology and things are the way they are. Like on Starfleet Academy, even though Starfleet has always been just explorers, because of this post-apocalyptic scenario, now there's a war college at Starfleet Academy because of the events that happened. And I totally get why they did that. Like, I feel like the Star Trek kind of post-apocalyptic thing kind of did for Star Trek what the bombing of Shady Sands did for the Fallout TV show. It's like they had to fuck up something that we were all getting too comfy with to sort of shake up what's happening. And I think it also allows the shows to be a little bit more reflective of the time that we're living in. America was a lot more smug when the original Star Trek came out, about us knowing what we were doing politically, and we really thought we had a lot more answers, and then we didn't. So Star Trek is now, it's a post-COVID Star Trek, you know? People don't have the same, like, idealistic loyalty, and of course there's a lot of Star Trek fans that fucking hate it, and they're like, they destroyed the franchise. Like, no, the world changed. Like, and Star Trek is always going to reflect the world that we live in now, and people who just can't deal with the world that we live in now want to go back to... It's the same thing with, like, you know, Fallout fans who, just want the timeline to stop at New Vegas. And the irony of Fallout fans believing that they are true Fallout fans who truly get it, while they are attached to the past, is laughable. I really want to stop respecting it, because the commentary in Fallout about letting go of a past that is gone is not subtle. It's not. Old world blues. Dead money. Like, it's, you know, so much messaging in these games is about not getting attached to a past that is now gone. So Fallout fans being attached to a past Fallout that is now gone and believing that they get it is sad. It's sad. A hate letter to fans. And they're in an echo chamber. And that's the really creepy thing, is when you listen to these guys, they think they're the real Fallout fans and that they get it. And that the fans are being... Not all Fallout fans are... Like I think one of the craziest examples was... And we were talking about sort of the different internet sort of... How it sort of splits us up into these different cultures and their different perceptions of what Fallout fans are like. Earlier, and like when I did The Ghoul is Perfect, which is like the first Fallout TV show video that I did, I was talking about how great that character was, and like what a stroke of genius he was for being like, he's not like any other Fallout character specifically, but he's so he fits so well. And like I saw a comment being like something like, you know, this "what are you smoking" attitude, nobody likes the Ghoul. Like, nobody, like, this absolute. And I'm just like, I've literally never talked to, like, met a Fallout fan, unless they, like, just hated the show completely, that didn't really like that character. Like, he's a hit. He's a hit. in general. Not that there aren't people who don't like him, but he's very, like, and that was one of the things I was so fascinated by, was how well received he was. And something else about, like, these people who are, like, you know, real Fallout fans hate it, that kind of attitude. Recently, I think it was like a couple weeks ago, just like over the course of a couple days, I bumped into and just talked to casual, not Fallout fans from the internet, Fallout fans in the real world. There's a guy who works at the corner store down the street, and there's and my housemate who is barely ever home. Both huge Fallout fans. Like, I knew I wanted to move into this house because I saw there was like a mini nuke prop in the living room, and I was like, oh yeah, these are my people. Like, we've hung out in my basement and played Fallout before. Like, these are real world fans who love New Vegas as much as I do. Well, maybe not as much as I do. Maybe, I don't know. They might love it as much as I do, but they haven't, like, devoted a section of their life to Fallout as I have. And they love the TV show. You know? Like, they have, like, little things here and there, because, you know, they're not yes men, just as, like I do. But they don't think it's a slap in the face, you know, or anything like that. And they're pretty pumped. And also just this, I think the idea that, I don't know why people are, like, all Fallout games that are previous in the timeline are gonna have canonized elements, you know, because time moves forward. And the show did the right thing by being super vague and keeping as much as of people's playthroughs, you know, intact as they could, but they had to make decisions because time moved on. And the best they could do is be as super vague and not focus on anything that wasn't relevant to the TV show story, and that's exactly what they did. They couldn't have done it. I mean, the timeline on the board is the timing of the bombing of Shady Sands is the only what the fuck thing that I can think of that I'm like, I wish they hadn't done that. You know? But that's the only thing that's like, that's really hard to sit with for me. But I don't know, just these it makes me really, really frustrated how these people cannot see that they expect their personal niche experience to, just the lack of ability to just sit with things not going your way is so immature. I'm dying to know exactly what the ghoul went to Appalachia aside from Vig searching for his family. Yeah, they never, like, he was just running around making money. I kind of like that in the TV show. He had lines like, when he said, I've always been good at making money. So that sort of set up that he's probably had hustles all over the place. And he was probably doing some sort of investigation about vault tech. And we know that he was looking for vaults. Like, they really set up that, like, he's been spelunking vaults. And they really set up a good foundation where he could pop up in the timeline any old place. A good companion for Fallout 5. What if you think, find a goal at the beginning you think is the goal from the show, and then it turns out that he's just Oh, the ghoul, you mean? Are you doing, like, speech to text? Oh, wait, what did Ravruna say? No one hates a franchise as much as its fandom. And the irony, I mean, that's true. Like, Star Trek has the same thing. The thing about Fallout is the theme of Fallout is literally about letting go of a past that's gone. Like, to be that way about this fandom is particularly a joke. It's like, it's particularly dense. I'm doing speech to text. I'm trying to say is whether you'll find a fanboy of the ghoul until you build up your friendship and think he's the real one. Maybe he's just him, the ghoul. Good night, James. Thanks for coming by. Like, I can't, like, this franchise is all about learning to live in a world where people don't see things the way that you do and letting go of the past. It's just, another thing is, like, I just can't imagine, like, seeing Fallout change and then not only to see Fallout change and expand, because I don't think it's changing, I think it's expanding. Like, I don't think the RPG New Vegas stuff is gone. And I don't think that Fallout 76's prosperity is a threat to having a quality RPG. I think the total opposite. I think the more people are playing 76 and watching the TV show and the more interest in the franchise there is, that's going to give them more resources to make a higher quality RPG. Like, I think that people are looking at it completely wrong. I think that supporting 76 in the TV show is good to have the RPG that we want. And also they're experimenting with things like expeditions, they're experimenting, and also there's things that are improved gameplay-wise, like things like menus, the camp building menu is better. There's like a lot of sort of user experience UI things that are evolving. Like, this was something on my, maybe I should put this on my Fallout 5 list, is, I don't want to switch windows again, I actually do want to open this game eventually, in 76, when you pick up, like, when you go back and kind of do your sort of routine back at your camp to, like, put junk in your stash box and all that kind of stuff, and you're kind of going through what loot you got from the previous quest or whatever it is that you just did, there's a tab that says, like, recent. Because I hate when, like, especially if there's a quest where you have to listen to a holotape, and so you just collected the holotape, and then the quest thing will be like, listen to the holotape from this gunner or whatever, and then you're like, fuck, and you have to go scroll and fucking find it. But because of that recent tab that they added to 76, you know that if you just pick something up, that it's going to be in that recent thing. That kind of stuff. Like, they're testing that stuff out in 76, and that's really useful data for, you know, what to do for Fallout 5. So I think that playing 76 is not bad. I have other reasons that I just think they need better story writers. I don't know where they find writers. I know that writers have a hard time breaking into the industry, probably because they're all hiring their friends. I don't know. But the origin kickoff stories of 3 and 4, at least 76, for all my criticisms, it feels open-ended. Like, you can kind of decide what you want to do. Like, 76 is a little bit more like New Vegas in that way. All it starts off is, you're in the wasteland now what? You know, and you're exploring and discovering what's there. Oh, thank you for the $20! Aw, thank you for coming. That's actually why I'm trying not to take Adderall, because my sleep schedule's been so weird, and I want to make sure I'm able to go to sleep. At least it's like a little bit more self-directed, 76, right? But the fact that Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, I get why they think that this is a good idea, of starting with, like, a family conflict, finding your son, finding your dad. But it basically, you know how, like, in this Fallout 4 video has no purpose video, I talked about how it was impossible to be immersive because I couldn't send people back to their jobs, even though apparently you could, and I didn't know that. That's not the only thing. There's other stuff like that. Like, when I try to, like, play Fallout 4 and be like, really put myself in Nate or Nora's shoes, basically doing any side quest makes no sense. I'm looking for my son. Like, the core driving quests are too urgent, and it makes too little sense to sidetrack. But 76 and New Vegas are more like I'm going into the world, seeing what's going on, and then deciding what I care about. Deciding who I care about. And that's what Fallout 5 should feel like. Is like like an RPG where I decide what I care about. But these stories, the 3 and 4 stories, are kickoff stories for a linear game, not kickoff stories for an RPG. Like, that's why I liked in my New Vegas fanfic idea, treating it like a sort of My Name is Earl kind of thing, where he survived getting shot in the head. How do you decide with your character that you invented how your character would respond to that experience, that trauma? And that's an RPG. You know, I think that, like, they kind of created those stories thinking in a non-RPG way. I mean, Skyrim even felt more open-ended, didn't it? It's like, there are dragons in Helgen. That's all you know. That's it. Dragons are in Skyrim again. I just think you hit the nail on the head for one reason. I had issues with playing through Fallout 4. Yeah, it never, like, there was no way to play the game and take the story seriously at the same time. Like, why would Nate or Nora join a raider gang at Nuka World? Like, it's just bothersome. So that's, I would like to see, and it almost reflects like a lack of bravery, I think, is how it comes off. A lack of bravery in storytelling. Like, you don't think your world is interesting enough that your character's gonna be motivated unless you give this, like, super pointy... And also just, like, starting you off with a straight marriage and a baby. Starting Fallout 4 pre-war, excellent idea. Excellent. But this kind of goes back to the idea that we were talking about earlier with, we should be able to have, like, different races, like, or play as a super mutant or a ghoul, and have a different starting point. Yeah. Okay. So, now that we've spent so much time on talking and shit, so what's happening today? Basically, this playthrough's at, like, a stage where I'm, procrastinating doing anything in the main story. And setting up settlements. Basically, I get really overwhelmed with settlements, and I want to make sure they have everything that they need, it's all good. And we've put so much energy and time into, Sanctuary Hills. And now I've just sort of unlocked the quest that we could go to the castle at any time. And now I'm just sort of cleaning up the settlement quests that I'd been kind of ignoring. So sick of Chosen One. Chosen One needs to stop. We should just be a guy. Or a girl. Some rando. We are a rando in the middle of a crazy world. New Vegas did it perfectly. New Vegas did it perfectly. We were a random person who was coincidentally positioned to have a lot of power and influence for reasons that made sense. And I think it's really funny that Cyberpunk 2077 also starts with you surviving getting shot in the head. There's so many things that I'm like, they totally played New Vegas. They had to have played New Vegas. Becoming the Chosen One is random if you take Dune as an example. Chosen One stories? Hello, a random package. So many, like, Chosen One stories in general make me feel so condescended or, like, placated. Like, I don't need to be Jesus, Todd. Like, I don't need that. This is when I was trying to find hospital pictures for something else. Okay. So, this is where we left off. God, I cannot believe there's a Brahmin on the roof. Alright, because we are planting saves, I am gonna god mode this, so... I'm not here for the challenges, I'm here for the... It's kind of funny, I've actually had the thought that, like, throughout this planting saves journey, I might later be like, I feel like playing Fallout 4 legitimately, but I don't want to start from the very fucking beginning. So another thing I'm thinking about is not just videos for my saves, but also not just getting saves for my videos, but also like saves so that I don't have to start from the very fucking beginning. And that I'm in a place where I'm not buried in settlements. Oh, actually, I should give you guys a brief tour of things that have changed since we last met. So I now have, I think we got her last time, right? Yeah, last stream we got, and I did end up making Hancock the bartender, just like I said I would. I don't think I had these, oh yeah, I moved him over here because he's, should be a trader, but he will have a bigger trading post eventually, but, I can't remember. I think Codsworth was there before, but I moved him somewhere. And I set up lights so that everybody, the people who work in the shops, are well lit now. So let's see what else. You might notice, oh, where's my power armor thing? It's not there anymore. I will tell you why. Because I realized that now that this is a shop and this is sort of like the home base where everybody sleeps, what kind of fucked me up is the automatron thing. The automatron workbench, because there was nowhere to squeeze that in with the setup that I had over there. And then once I decided to move all the workshops to this thing over here, and I got my raider things. Whoever was here for that, the hell I was looking for those raider things. I found them. There they are. And finally have an excuse to use them. And then so once I kind of contextualized where this went, and I moved all of my workbenches and stuff over here, which I don't like my workbenches being this far away from the red workshop thing, but oh fucking well, that's what had to happen. So, and that's why the Vault-Tec rep is now in the shop over where he is, because I got rid of, after doing all that work, putting all that stuff on the shelves, all of that's gone now. And then once this was over here, I was like, well, now it doesn't make any sense for the power armor to be between the house and the shops. So I moved the power armor. And it's funny because while I was moving and like setting up the power armor thing over here, I was watching Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And so now I associate this whole area with Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and I'll probably think about it whenever I look at it. And I went to Saugus Ironworks and got the Raider power armor. And so now this is the area where if I got another set of power armor, I would put it like probably like here or something. And I really am falling in love with this whole combo of scaffolding and junk wood stuff. So the scavenging stations are now up here. This is kind of dark, but so scavenging stations are on the roof under these things, and I got more of my Raider banner things that I wanted so bad. And they look so cool. And the clinic, now I did finally get my medic score high enough to have a proper clinic. And, oh, where did she go? Oh no! I hate shooting. That's something else I put on my Fallout 5 list is I am sick of shooting dogs. I would like less dog shooting. But yeah, Curie is now has the synth body. And works at the clinic. And I think I told you guys that I was gonna put the magazine rack in here. I did. Oh, I wonder if I have more magazines to put in here now. Oh, I still need to build a bobblehead thing eventually. Not a priority. Yeah. I do love the magazines. I love this kind of immersive stuff. It's cool seeing people selling magazine stuff at the Fallout fan celebration. So the name of the game today is to get the settlements that we're responsible for functional. And I have to kill the raiders for Nordhagen Beach. And then maybe make Finch Farm less pathetic. Just make everybody set up. Oh, and I want to send all the robots to Grey Garden. Maybe we won't get to that tonight, though. Knowing me and how long this shit... I'm not going to talk to Preston Garvey about any settlement that I have wrapped up because you know what he's going to do. Both Elder Scrolls and Fallout, there's a prophecy for all the characters. When you find them, they usually tell you stuff about the future quest, but only you can choose the ending. Does he know he's not Muad'Dib or whatever? He's actually not the chosen one in Dune? I thought he was. I haven't watched the second Dune movie yet. I love I watched the old Dune series and the old Dune movie. And probably before I even touch the castle, I want to make sure everything that's already on my list. The goal is to not have every settlement that is acknowledged in my quest list tidy. So Starlight Drive-In is functional now. So we gotta do this Nordhagen Beach thing. So yeah, let's kill raiders. Oh, I have a level up. Shit. Starfield is another chosen one. Yeah, Starfield, I was hoping would not have the story tropes that I hate so much. But as soon as a guy I just met gave me a free ship, I was like, this is the same shit. This drives me crazy. Oh, so dark. East City Downs. Alright, I should save. Because that's the whole point of the whole planting saves idea. But I'm not even going to worry about... I'm not even going to worry about labeling saves tonight. And I take everything. Oh yeah, there's that racetrack thing. I remember that. Fuck you.
Come on, you're holding up the race. I got your back. Move it.
I might be god moding it, but at least I'm not cawing. I'm not killing all hostiles. Oh my god, I didn't tell you guys about my console commands. I thought about like sharing some stills of this ridiculous thing that happened with my cheating. And I broke how I broke my save. And I was, you know, like I know I'm cheating to plant saves, but sometimes you can cross a line where, or I can cross a line where I'm a little bit too impatient. And can actually break my save and break my game because I just wanted to get the quest checked off the list. And oh, should I have brought a companion to add to my affinity for? Oh well. But anyway, here's the thing that happened. So I was doing Sagas Ironworks, and I'm so glad that I borked my save and had to go back because I actually missed a lot of stuff because I was being too impatient. And I was trying to like zoom through the kind of story thing. And if you remember this, what happens is, oh shit. Is, oh, they have silly names! I forgot about this! I was actually going to not kill you guys if you didn't come after me, but since you did, this happened. So if you, at Sagas Ironworks that's how you, Bob's your uncle! You have to, basically decide the fate of what happens to whatever his name Finch is, and he is, you know, told by I guess Slag is his name? To kill this settler, and then you tell him, like, whether or not he should kill this settler, and of course he shouldn't, because Slag sucks. And so in the middle of that, because I had just gotten the Raider power armor, because wearing it is the way to take it home with me, I basically tried to kill all hostiles, because I just didn't feel like fucking killing all the forged, and I just wanted to get through it. But when I did that, what I ended up doing was glitching my character animation when it was in the middle of transitioning from being in power armor to not being in power armor. And like, your body kind of changes shape. There's some pretty famous, I guess, memes of, you know, glitched characters who are in their power armor body shape and look all warped and strange. And so when my character reformed, my, like, guts were, like, hanging out. Like, my, like, parts of my, like, rib cage, and, like, it was pretty gnarly. It was pretty metal looking. Like, pieces of my skull were clipping out of my face. But the sad thing is because I was playing in first person, I didn't know that this happened until I had already done, like, a lot of work on Sanctuary. And so I tried so hard to figure out a way to fix it, and then I ended up doing the console command, like, recycle actor to sort of reload my character, and so her guts weren't hanging out all gross like that. And when I did, weirdly, it was working fine at first. My character was fine, my inventory, my quest, everything was fine. Until I tried to sit at a terminal or do like any animation, like going to a workbench or something, and the animation wouldn't trigger. So I couldn't do anything at any workbenches. And there was no way to fix it because the problem wasn't with mods and it wasn't in a console command, it was in the save file. So I had to go back and redo stuff. So now I'm like, okay, if you want to God mode and, you know, just shoot things, ooh, or Eager Ernie's key, then that's fine. But don't try too hard to zoom through, because weird shit like that can happen. Pretend you're really playing the game to the best of your ability. Try not to do anything that you couldn't do. Ernie's password. This is a cool location for possibly a location video. Jake, right, that's his name. I discovered one of the best weapons in 76, the plasma caster. I tend to be underwhelmed by energy. I tend to like ballistic. Depends. I do like the Gauss rifle. I was pretty pumped to see that on the show. And the alien blaster. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, this is like the kind of terminal that you can have on your settlements, and that always kind of bothered me that we can't build terminals that look like normal terminals. I think that's another thing that I don't really have a rational reason not to like this, but I think I prefer seeing like bodies and not piles of dust and goo. I don't know why it's like, I mean, unless they're like in my way when I'm trying to build settlements and stuff. I think it's Atlas. Oh, is Atlas there? Yeah, Atlas there. We were talking about the annoying how there's like those bodies that are outside Sanctuary Hills that you can't get rid of unless you have like a scrap everything mod. This area is pretty hard to see with the it's pretty hard to see anything with the LUT on. I don't like that Dick Dolls and Jets look the same. I don't like it. I guess I can turn desktop audio and low, yeah. Okay. I forgot that I had desktop audio completely off. That was not intentional. Especially because I'm not recording this. I'm actually resisting recording this. Because I do not want to turn this into content, or even have the thought that I should. It's already becoming content. Do you think we should have properties to buy? Ooh. That's a good question. I mean, I guess it depends on the environment. Like, how advanced is civilization in the environment where the game takes place? Because having the freedom to just sort of stake a claim. I think kind of goes back to like I was talking about, if we invent our own factions and we can choose if we're like more of a diplomatic faction or if we are like a raider faction. Then a raider faction, if they wanted to claim a territory, then you could basically kill everybody there and make it yours. Or maybe if it was like kind of a legion kind of thing, you could actually force people to join you, sort of thing. But if it was more diplomatic, then you could cut deals with people, that kind of thing. I did enjoy the scrap everything mod because after a while it drove me nuts that my settlers. Yeah, that's another thing is scrap everything and place anywhere should be default. We do not need, like, I like being able to turn snapping on or off. You know, because sometimes I'm like, I don't want to have like this meticulous detail of how I'm gonna arrange things. Sometimes snapping is nice, but I want to be able to turn it off. I don't think it makes any sense unless it's memory limitations. Activate emergency. Oh man, I could have done this the whole time. Gotta remember that. If I ever record video of this quest, now I know. But I just needed the save at the beginning, and we got that. And everybody's dead. And... Whoa. Ha! Yeah. I'll have to remember that for next time. It's been a long time since I played this part. Like, literally, like, I think my first playthrough, I was really diligent about doing all the... Ah, cool. More people to kill. Nice. My first playthrough, I was really diligent about doing all of these. But then, I didn't... Like, I almost had, like, this sort of, almost, like, autistic habit or something of... You know, oh, I want to close out the quest. And I didn't understand that every time you go back to Preston Garvey, he gives you this other settlement that you're responsible for. And I ended up with, like, all these settlements that I wasn't ready for, and I was super overwhelmed. But that's exactly what I'm trying to repair this time. Is like, no, I'm not going to accept a new settlement. Or be responsible for another settlement. Until the ones that are on my list are checked off the list. And then I'm gonna have a nice... friendly... arrangement of caravan shit. You know what I mean. And it's gonna be a nice network of settlements that are well connected. Before I take on any more responsibilities. And now we're at that stage where I can secure stuff. Oh yeah, can we make settlers less useless? They just hammer nothing. And they're fucking helpless. You know, I think there are some basic things that they should be able to do on their own. Oh yeah, are you talking about the 76 stuff? Yeah, I think I saw the same thing that you're talking about. And I'm pretty excited about that. This is pretty. But what is this? This is not finished loading. We have some what is the term for this? I used to know it in my modding hobby. It's not VOD. It's like loading in certain textures when objects are far away at a certain point. This looks bad. This needs to be filled. Like there's low poly or something. This should look better. Like the shot, like the composition is stunning. But I'm wondering if there's a way to improve the it's not depth of field. Arrgh. LOD. LOD is what I'm looking for. I hate... Yeah, I will figure out a way. In my adventures, I will figure out a way to fix that. Did I save yet? I'll remember now. Okay, so this one... This is gonna be a pain in the ass when I have to rename these, but normally I would rename as I go. But this is beautiful, like, it should be beautiful. It will be beautiful.
I took care of those raiders for you.
Really?
Cyberpunk ad interruption.
I've heard in a long time. By the way, we've talked about it. We decided to support the Minutemen.
Sweet, we got more
Worth giving
Minutemen
another
people.
Chance. The only way things will get better is if we stand together.
If you guys haven't seen my walkthrough Mojave, that was on the Dinztopia channel. That was a situation where I was learning about things like LOD to fix stuff like that. Oh my god. Can't stop staring at it. Stop it. Okay, so what do we have to do to make this up to my standards and make me feel... Defense 0. Defenseless. We can't have any of that. Oh yeah, I also, the shish kebab sword that I got from Sagas Ironworks, I gave it to, the Finch matriarch. And they're like, you can have it. I've no interest in melee weapons, and they needed weapons because I saw them punching bloat flies. They were punching bloat flies. I was like, I will have none of this. So we got 3 people, we got food 6, we got water, but you have no power and no defense. Okay. So, what do we have to do to this to make me feel, like, not embarrassed to be associated with this place? Oh my god, your beds are dinky and... Oh my god, just... So all the stuff that I've played with defenses, what pleases me the most, but I can do fast. But still looks nice. I have found, okay, I love wood everything. And I really like this, I guess it's supposed to be a bridge, but I do not use it for that. And we want to protect the food. So just put one of these here. I don't know if they get mire lurks or anything being this close to the water. And let's sort of suspend disbelief that they would
Their eldest daughter was
probably
gunned down by
want
raiders.
stairs to go up to this thing.
It's just horrible.
Damn vultures. It's better to just let them take what they want.
See, I should be able to put a fucking ladder here. That's stupid that I can't. Considering all the other ways I've borked this, I don't know why. I'm just like, why don't you just get place anywhere? But I don't know. I just felt like I have this, like, limit of what I'm willing to do. Like, maybe I shouldn't have used Creation Club at all, but... Nordhagen Beach, this is one of my favorite settlement locations. Yes. It is beautiful. So let's just use 3 turrets that don't need power for now. Oh, and Kiwi sent me a video today or last night that I was today years old when I found out that robots cannot be happier than 50. So they will bring your average down if you have robots. So I was like, well, thank God Kiri's not a robot anymore. And now I'm like, oh shit, I'm just gonna move all the robots to fucking Grey Garden. Not gonna mess up my average. Yeah. So that would explain why, like, happiness never gets over 80. And now that I know that, I'm like, well shit, maybe I shouldn't have put my robot workbench in Sanctuary, because apparently all my robot shenanigans are going to be going down in Grey Garden, which seems like the most lore-friendly place to have a robot settlement. Oh, how did I placed that so awkwardly. Oh, and Grey Garden still has a... Grey Garden's defense situation was horrible, too. Maybe we should swing by there as well. Okay, y'all are good people who I'm sure need light for your farm at night, so... So maybe I do want electricity, after all that. After I was like, let's do a version that doesn't need electricity. I'm gonna backpedal on that decision. Oh, an uneven ground making it, like, impossible to have power sit on anything cleanly. The bottom of power generators should have some sort of, that foundation thing that clips into the ground. I don't like the amount of hours that are spent, the amount of hours that I have to spend just figuring out how to make things not broken. That don't make sense to be broken. If every faction of the Brotherhood can have a sky base, we should have a... Ooh, yeah, sky base is a... That's a good point. This is one of those... This usually is what makes sense to have, but you have to wire it. I'm already making bad decisions. Okay. Fuck you. Fuck you. Okay. So this is the new habit. We're gonna put one of these, like, bench thingies. Not bench, bridge. My fucking language processing. Hey, how are you doing, buddy? Here you go, darling. Because I want to do these faster. Like, eventually I want to come back and, like, have, like, a legit session and really, like, decorate. You know? And really, but I want to have a routine that just sets up basics, a foundation that I can build on later. Okay, how much power do the work lights need? So I think some of you know that I do freelance work videos for a farmer. Farming videos, which is like the perfect client for me because I don't know anything about farming. So it's like I'm, learning a lot of interesting things about agriculture from, like, a really interesting content creator, and it's not a topic that I know anything about, so I can be, like, super interested but also, like, humble because she's not gonna say anything I have a problem with or disagree with because I have zero frame of reference. And she does like doing, pop culture stuff sometimes when farming comes up in pop culture or reality shows and stuff. And I have played with the idea of someday collaborating with her on a video where she could talk about how nonsensical Fallout farming is. Like, she'd probably notice, like, and she's super ADHD too, so she'd probably go off about all sorts of things that I wouldn't even think about. But I think at one point, when I was playing with the idea with her and I sent her some stuff, she talked about how these kind of lights are like, you know, like poor people farming lights. And I was like, well, that's probably appropriate then. She's like almost embarrassing to have these kind of lights. And I'm like, that's exactly the kind of insight that I think would make the video interesting, because I would have never thought about that. Why in the world would I, you know? It would be. Another thing would be that I really like about it is it would be beneficial for us both. Oh yeah, how many power things does it need? Oh, just one. Okay. But if I want to use turrets that have electricity... Oh, that's the thing about these turrets. Is like, think about it, and this is a problem with God mode, is because if I didn't have God mode, then I could... Basically, what materials I had would dictate which of these I would want to build. But if I have the option of having laser or machine gun and it doesn't matter... Yeah, I don't think this place would have missiles and shit. Probably not lasers. Probably just shotguns. So this requires 2. And let's point it this direction. And maybe this one would shoot this direction. And this one, if the Mirelurks ever come. Peg hates Fallout. Come on, Peg. She might actually have to go outside. Maybe I should take another break. Okay, I'm going to save this for now. And quick burb. See if the doggo needs to go outside. Hit the wrong buttons. So my answer to the ghoul question is unambiguously, unequivocally, for the time being, at this juncture in my life, yes. I would not lose anything that I currently value. Like, maybe if I had anything resembling a love or sex life, then I would feel different. But if anything, it would be kind of nice just to have an explanation why nobody wants to fuck me. Right now, I have no I don't know why. Right now, just, the whole dating situation is confusing. If I was hideous, I'd be like, oh, well, that's why. And I'd probably sleep better. Yeah, I guess maybe I should have said that in the question. In real life, like, would you want to... Would it be worth it to be a ghoul? Come to Canada? Are you suggesting that I would have a love life in Canada? I can't cold. I cannot. I mean, I hate being that guy, but I think that the number one reason I don't have a love life is just the time and age that we're living in right now. I just don't think that it's a, um, everyone's too afraid of, emotional availability and shit. Girls are too afraid to like you. If I had a true love partner to be by my side forever, then probably yes, eternal adventure together. Oh, yeah, that'd probably be. Yeah, have we ever seen a ghoul couple? I mean, I can only think of the Fridge Kids' parents. That's sad. Okay, so this is 1 plus, so we just need a 3. Okay, so that's it. That's all we need. 3. This little dinky do. Maybe I'll just say fuck off about the stairs. Maybe I don't need them. Oh, don't like the way it looks up there. Next time, next settlement, I'm gonna try building the shack bridge on top of or over the thing, because I think that's where I actually really want it. Mm. Not to get political. It does get cold, but it also gets super humid in the south parts of Ontario, but I was more so saying Canada because there's not as much persecution against LGBT community, especially with the US now. That's not too political, that's a fair thing to say. I feel much more persecuted against as an autistic person than as a gay person. I'm much more afraid as an autistic person. Being autistic endangers me a lot more. A lot more. As a gay person, I feel pretty safe. There's a lot more social support. There's a lot more, like, the general population, like, if you're homophobic, you're generally seen as an asshole and a problem. Not that homophobia doesn't exist, but it's very culturally frowned upon. If somebody gets homophobic at me, people are going to take my side. But as an autistic person, I can be abused in a literal hospital. Like, and have been. So... Actually, is that tall enough to just... Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah. Like, being autistic interferes with getting a job, having friends, the assumptions that are made about me, the assumptions that are made about my sanity. It's really scary. It really scares me a lot. So if anybody in my life is ever just frustrated about how often I talk about being autistic, that's why. Because it's really scary. It's really, really, really scary. People that say that they care about autistic people and that they understand autistic people are some of the scariest people. Like, I don't really even... Because the thing about being gay is people understand that. You know, they understand what that means. But because people don't understand autism... And also just... People think you're making it up. People think you're making it up. They think it's not real. It's, people think gay is real now, for the most part. Gay people have made enough noise. Yeah, the stairs thing was a... I'm over it. Like, when I first, I guess you could say, came out as autistic, I really underestimated like, it's been really good for my personal relationships because it's almost like a filter. Like, basically, I mean, the same thing's kind of true about being gay too. Like, as soon as you see how people react, and also other autistic people kind of come out of the woodwork and they're like, oh, you're autistic too? Oh my god, thank god. But that's why autistic people are like that, because it's so fucking scary. Like, not to undermine the ADHD side of it too, but like, ADHD, there's all sorts of shame and there's all sorts of like the expectation society putting on you, like, but the degree to which ADHD people aren't feared and hated in the same way. And I feel like most ADHDers that I have met in my life understand that. Like, ADHDers are insulted and infantilized and disrespected and judged. But the way that a person treats you when they think you're an asshole or a burnout is totally different than the way that they treat you when they're afraid of you. People are afraid of autistic people because they find us so unpredictable, and they think we're crazy, you know, or lying, or like sociopathic. There's a hate that I am, and the worst part is it's not just hate from common folk, it's hate from institutions. Like I've never feared doctors before. I've never lied to doctors or felt the need to. You know, the way that I have to be careful about what I say to power, to institutional power, is shocking. Like, you know, so many people think that we live in a safe world, that we should be glad to live, because we could have lived in, like, medieval times, or, you know, like, but for a lot of autistic people, we are living in a dark age, a dark, scary age. And while it's a blessing that our marginalization is now on our sleeves, that we can mask, that we have that option, while it's a privilege that we have that option, you can't mask your brain into being able to do things it can't do, you know? And if people think you're normal, and then all of a sudden something comes out of your mouth and there's something that you don't understand that people think that you should be able to understand, and you can't just ask questions because those questions can be interpreted as hostility. I kind of want to stop thinking about it. I feel that, and even, and think BPD is maybe all misunderstood coping mechanisms we had to adopt to survive and mask or appear normal till we burn out and explode. I have a lot of questions about BPD, as far as a construct. It's not to invalidate people who have BPD, I'm just not really sure if that is a useful construct for addressing what we call BPD. Personality disorders in general. Especially because people with personality disorders are taught that there's no cure. That you have to live with it forever. And I'm not sure if that's right. Like, I don't really have BPD or have symptoms of BPD, but one of the primary characteristics of BPD is identity disturbance, and I know identity disturbance very well. And I'm living proof that there's a cure for that. You don't have to live with identity disturbance. I have a very clear before and after in my head for that. And the idea that people with identity disturbance are being told that they just have to live with it is really scary stuff. Okay, so we have food, we have water. Do I want to do anything with the living area here? Do I want to set up a beacon? This is the thing. So I come here and I see the beds on the floor. And I'm like, okay, well, this is set up. I don't have to build anything. But this is trash. This is horrible. And then I'm like, if we wanted to build this area out and have more people living here, then we should have something that is ready to possibly take on more, something buildable, something expandable. Like a motel kind of thing. Like a series of, like, bunks. And this is a really pretty area. So this is probably more appropriate to make some sort of workshop, to put, like, work tables or something in it. So let's just build a foundation of something expandable. This is such a teeny tiny little farm. But we have food 6 and we have 3 people, so in theory we could... Let's see if we could just come up with something. Oh, that pallet over here we can scrap, but the one on the other side of the green line, fuck you. I'm too aesthetically picky. As soon as I build a foundation floor, it's gonna be dumb about letting me put things on top of it. Oof. Gotta figure out how to do this faster. Exactly, Dins, except supposedly BPD can be trained, taught to go away, so not a true personality. Like, I'm not an expert on BPD, but it seems to me, isn't it just like sort of an extreme case of anxious attachment? I think I just have ADHD with a hell of a lot of trauma, because you can't have ADHD without trauma. There's no such thing as an untraumatized ADHDer. I mean, that sounded kind of unintentionally invalidating, but like just the experience of, okay, we have to learn my lessons here. We gotta start on the most elevated area and build across. Akurasu! If anybody's familiar with Excel Saga. Yeah, there's no med for it, but other personality disorders there. I know they're doing it overhaul for the DSM. We need a new DSM so bad. Oh my god. The DSM is kind of a part of, like, my whole issue with, fear of medicine right now, because there's just, like, a lot of wrong information that is treated as canon. Outdated information. Oh my god, do I want to be this close to this thing? Ugh! Every time I always start building something, I always hate it. Don't think I want... Okay, maybe we don't want to build up this far back. I need to, like, close my eyes and envision it before I start building it. I can't do, like, the building as I go thing. Okay, so if I had... One, two, three, four. But if I want to have multiple levels, I want something that I can build up if need be. And just put beds in it. That's it. Oh yeah, the scaffolding across. We liked that. Oh, and the brush. Another thing I like about 76 is if you have, like, brambles when you build something, then they, disappear. We have this smooth area over here. And you know how much I don't like getting rid of stuff like that. Ooh, we can go all the way out here. That's cool. Okay. Oh, don't even. I hate when it does that shit. Okay, what if I move this out of the way? Don't even. There. Oh, and now you're not gonna snap anymore. Oh, fuck you. Okay, I'll allow it. Let me put stairs up there first, huh? Bastards. My nudes! What I did to yours. What if Fallout 5 gave the player a choice to start in a vault or as a wastelander? Yeah, totally. It's exactly what they should do. It's like the life path thing that I was talking about. I learned a lot from being on the council at the hospital youth mental health and wellness center. It was such a cool experience. I got to talk to groups about transitioning from youth to... I enjoy hearing you sound out your thoughts as you build the joy of discovery, figuring out making things. Ah, that's so cute. Thank you. That's a nice thing to say. Hmm. Which one of these just had windows, you know? Now will it let me put a floor up there? Oh, I guess I should have put a corner piece on there instead. It is helpful to talk out plans, yeah. And also, I just don't want to, like, not get anything done, you know, because I'm... Like, there's stuff that I want to accomplish in this game, in this playthrough, that... Man, these shacks just don't want to have second floors. They're just, like, they're second floor resistant. Well, I guess we're just gonna do, like, a normal roof situation, and then use scaffolding like I did for... Thank God they added that scaffolding. Where are we gonna sneak a... generator? Oh, I love this scaffolding so much. It being wide enough. Guess we're not gonna be able to do it like that. Oh, we don't have anything tall enough. Can we stack these? We can just start some scaffolding that we can build on later. That's the goal, is just to build something that we can build on. What are we doing now? We are trying to build a starter quarters area at Nordhagen. Not something that I have to finish immediately, but something that I could build on. This is what always fucks me up, is that like I get overwhelmed because there's no like infrastructure to accommodate new settlers. So the goal is to build like starter quarters that can be built upon later. And so far, and I feel like I'm getting better at doing this every time I build a new settlement and learning tricks to make this work. And I seem to be happiest with how it looks when we have combos of the wooden shack with scaffolding. That tends to give me the results that please me. Didn't realize this was like too short to walk through. That's not gonna do it. So while there's nothing up there yet, maybe there will be. There will be. So did you ever look into the mutations in Fallout for that video, particularly the ones with the immunity to radiations? I guess not. Remind me of this conversation? I'm embarrassed. I don't remember. I'm really glad that I aesthetically like messiness, because otherwise I could make myself a real sad panda. TCL. It doesn't like snapping when I do this, but This is another thing that you can do in Fallout 76 without cheating. Oh yeah, it doesn't like selecting things when you're in TCL mode. See, if I'd started at the top and built down, then I wouldn't have ended up in this mess. You have a floor up there. God, do we have to scrap this whole thing and start up there and build down? Oh yeah, and since the sun is setting... Oh, I already had the light on? And it's still this dark? You know, something that I wish that I could apply to my real life is I've really adapted to, at least in Fallout, figuring out the best ways to cheat is literally a part of the game. It's my Kobayashi Maru in life, you know, is like, and people who are good at business live real life like that. They figure out the best ways to cheat the system. And they don't just obey, they look at the parameters of the system and figure out how to work around it to make money. I've never been able to figure out how to approach life that way. I've always been trying to succeed in a rigged game. Oh yeah! Now I remember what you're talking about, and no, I didn't end up looking into it. Maybe I should write that down this time before I forget. Sorry, this stuff I should try to put in outside of the game. Fallout lore mutations that lead to radiation immunity. Right. Different groups who are immune to certain types of radiation. That's why that father, the main character, needed the Gek to purify the water, because in particular it had too many different types of radiation. It was only the children of Adam. Oh, right. Why children of Adam are immune. Okay. So now we have a floor up here. So now we need stairs, preferably near the front door. And then we build down. So, for now. So that if we have to build stuff up here, we can. Oh, come on, why are you not snapping? That's why I used normal walls on this side and didn't use the fancy extender walls, so that you wouldn't interfere with... Do they need to go further? Oh, is it because it's not touching the ground? What will make you happy? Oh my god. What if I use shorter stairs? Anything? Nothing? Nothing? Is it because they're not, it's not completely over the edge? What if I just build out one more notch out? Then will you be pleased? I feel like the partial like fraction of floors was also a thing that was new at one point that I was quite pleased with. Now, can I put scaffolding underneath these or only on top of... Yeah. Oh. Ah, ah, ha 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 ha. Mantark laugh. Oh, no, you don't. Fine, whatever fucking... The benefit of it snapping seemingly randomly is that that randomness ends up creating sort of mess that I like. Eventually. Come on, we need something back here. Ah, ah. Ha 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 ha. For the love of God, get some sort of power here. Generators. Fucking okay, fine. We could just use stupid giant one. Oh, I have the same problem over here because this is too small. Yeah. too short. So we do want stairs out here. Maybe we don't need these extensions anymore. We're probably not going to build anything on here, so I'm probably safe to put these thingies here. And that should be enough to get me going. Alright, come on. How fast can you do this? How many times have you fucking wired power around a building? I'm just hoping that if I do this enough times, I'll have enough sort of methods to just have like a system. A Lindsay style. A feral cool style. I think I misunderstood your question last week about joining you guys in West Virginia. My brain thought 76. Yeah. Because we were talking about, sorry I missed the sketch discussion earlier. I had a really stupid idea I had to tell Kiwi about. What was the idea? Is it a stupid idea you can tell us about? It's funny, earlier I was telling y'all, I was like, oh, Kiwi's gonna send me this voiceover thing, and apparently he did while we were talking. And so I get to listen to it later. Wires shouldn't cost a budget. Yeah, they really shouldn't. I think it's stupid that they don't say, like, scrap, they say store, as if we can store wires, like... I think a lot of stuff with budget and whatnot is, like, things where they have, like, one release of the game and it has to work for both consoles and PC, so PC players have to suffer over things that are kind of irrelevant from our perspective because of the way that the game is built for consoles. And I don't understand why it's so hard to just have things be different. Like, for like a PC version, why can't it be like the PC version doesn't have this cap, but the console version does? Like, why is that not a thing that can... I don't know. I don't know what challenges video game developers have. And at least I understand that. Another thing that frustrates me about, you know, the complaining crowd is they're just, like, so convinced that everything is about greed and money when they don't get what they want. They always assume that there are no reasons that they aren't getting what they want that could possibly be valid. Like, there's no curiosity of, like, I wonder why I can't do this. It's always, I can't do this, therefore Todd is the devil. Like, like this stuff about like this stuff saying that like every time, you know, Todd doesn't Todd makes any decision ever that isn't exactly what old school New Vegas fans want, it's because he hates New Vegas or is jealous of New Vegas. I cannot believe how many people actually go straight there. I mean, who knows if it's true or not? I don't know. Maybe he does hate New Vegas, but I don't think there is any compelling evidence to that. I mean, everything that... Like, there was one video about... that had sort of Bethesda ruining Fallout sort of vibes that I thought had... that was pretty reasonable, and I posted it because I was impressed by it. And sort of made an argument that I think that there are business infrastructure problems. I think it's, you know, bad organization. There are, but there's to a certain point, like, you know, earlier I was telling the story about the, earlier I was telling the story about my weird glitch that I encountered with my power armor making my guts hang out of my body. I still have some of those saves, so maybe at some point I can show you guys how weird and gross that looked. But because of stuff like that, I would like not every burden to be put on us to mod the game's problems away. Like, just now I had to, like, console command in order to get up here, and in 76, I wouldn't have had to do that, because in 76, you have a lot more flexibility as far as settlement building is concerned. And I just think there's some things that modders should not have to fix. And then there's things that happen like the whole Fallout London disaster where they released Special Edition and Fallout London had just come out and everybody was excited to play it, and then the new release came out and it borked the whole mod, and they didn't know it was coming and they couldn't prepare for it because obviously modders are not working with Bethesda because, you know, obviously. And so because of things like that, there's like infrastructure problems for a lot of problems to be... I guess in a nutshell, being able to do something and thinking that the game should offer it are kind of two different conversations. Going back to what I was saying earlier about, you know, console commands and basically cheating is the game, you know, that's sort of a related thing. Like, I think a lot of the appeal of a lot of Fallout stuff is the way it is so... If you want to get nerdy enough, you can find a mod, you can make a mod, you can figure out a way to do what you want to do. And it's almost kind of weird and sad and awkward and interesting, but also nice, that we have to fix a lot of these problems ourselves. You know? Having skills level up as you use them would be interesting. Yeah! And I mean, one of the greatest things about Fallout is that there's so many skills and there's so many different options and ways to like get anything you want to get done, and that is nice. However, with the vast amounts of options that you have, I feel like we could stand to have some UI upgrades. Oh, and you're in the one bed that I wanted to keep. So between this scaffolding and all this beach area, I feel like we have a foundation of a starter thing that if more people came here, we could extend this out. And this is the goal. This is what we want to have happen at all of my settlements. Fucking rad storms. Oh, I hate all these beds. I guess the hospital beds are okay. Ugh. This is too clean. And these are all too dirty. This is like the #1 thing that makes me want to possibly just break and get mods, is to have different beds. I just hate the Fallout 4 base beds. Hate them, hate them, hate them. Especially the lack of bunk beds. I didn't know that was I don't know if there's like another picket fences or something, or something to get I could have sworn there were bunk beds in this game. Maybe that was a mod. I'm always unsure about what lights to put, because I don't want it to be like pitch dark in here, but it's like they're going to bed. I don't want it to be too bright either. Oh yeah, what did I end up deciding to do? I think I really liked the way these looked against these little kind of posts. I ended up doing this in my little workshop thing. I can kind of put this in like a corner. Okay, so we have defenses. We have, I didn't really add any food. The water situation is pretty pathetic considering there's a fucking beach right there. God damn it. Now I feel like morally obligated. Wait, does the settlement line... Oh. Of course it cuts off at the water, so I can't put a... I have to go all the way out here. Fuck that. But you're on a beach. You should not have any issues with water. But the spout is facing this direction. Ugh. All fucking exposed. How much power do you need? 5. Oh man, do I build another generator here? Do I fucking... well, I have like infinite power basically from the nuclear thing, so it's fucking stupid to not... I resent doing this. I resent it. I want you all to know that I resent it. Max's dad would be proud. Yes, I was so excited when I saw the water purifier on the show. I'm hearing Lucy scream about the poison river. The golden rule. How's the golden rule working out for you right now? How far out can we pull this motherfucker? Not that far. That's as far as you're gonna let us go. Fine. What the heck is this kid doing? Oh man, now I'm thinking I'm gonna hate how this looks. Because I remember the view being kind of cool of like seeing the kid overlooking shit. And now it looks less scenic, doesn't it? With all these power pylons. Because I can't put the fucking... Makes no sense. Should be able to put it right next to where I have that whole thing built. But no. This is where it has to go. And it's just begging to be... I mean, I don't know if this is vulnerable in Fallout 4 as it would be in 76. But in 76, I'd be like, I have to put barricades all around this. It feels so unimmersive to just have this water thing in the middle of the ocean with like no structure. I feel like there would be some sort of table or something, but I guess I'll worry about that later. I don't want to be here all night. And I'll put a turret pointing at the bridge because that's just begging for trouble. And then that's it. And then we move on to the next fucking thing. And shotgun turret because I like ballistics. And a spotlight. Spotlight toward the bridge makes sense to me. Do I have these switched? Should I put that? Why am I like this? I have my mother's voice in my head being like, if you can put this much effort into your settlement, then why can't you put it into your career? I don't know. I tried. I really, really did. That's why we have to make Fallout make me money somehow. That's what Atlas and I are working on. Ain't that right, kid? What the? Why can't I put that there? I shouldn't. Yeah, once I decide to. I'm gonna put like another scaffolding thing there. No. I don't want to be here all night. There are other settlements that need my help. Sometimes I feel like the game can tell that I'm getting impatient and mad, and then it starts making things harder, just to fuck with me. There are, like, far too many limitations on light in this game. Honestly, what feels the most immersive to have here is not an electric light, probably just a lantern, but... Or the work light. Because I'm not always going to have... But this should have the lantern on the floor. Even though it feels so weird to have a lantern right next to a fucking nuclear power thing. But whatever, I want to move on. And something that 76 has that I really wish that this had is a category for non-electric lights. And it's not just in decor miscellaneous, because that's dumb. There should be an electric lantern option. I'm literally putting a lantern next to a nuclear power thing and a power pylon because there isn't a light that makes sense that is electric to put there. I hate when, like, I have something in a location and I'm like, oh, this is perfect. Only I just want to rotate it, and then the game goes, oh, well, as soon as you rotate it, now it won't let you do it anymore. Like, why? Why can't this work light go right here? There's no reason. No reason. It's interfering with nothing. Maybe that will satisfy me over here to make this feel just less blank. Jesus, okay. Are we done? Okay, we got power. We have the starter of a thing that is extendable. We have beds in here. We have defense over here. We done with Nordhagen Beach. For now. I know nobody's happy yet, but worry about that later. Save. And let's see how this feels like if you're coming from the bridge. That looks pretty. Yeah, and it's right here when you turn the corner. and then that's where people live. Yeah, this works. This makes sense to me. I like it. Now what's next? And we haven't even gone to Vault 88 yet. Preston Garvey is not going to get talked to yet. Beekman's world? Don't forget to save. Ha! How about this for a start with the twist for Fallout 5? You start like always, a regular vault dweller, and you've been raised with American values to reclaim the surface. Yeah, yeah. Once your group gets to the surface, everything's a bit weird. Technically, the developers didn't lie that we're not leaving the US, because technically the US did conquer... Oh! Tim Hortons! So you're saying, like, the idea is, they're in Canada, or... Intriguing, but I almost feel like that's a better, like, fan fiction or a mod than, like, an official game. Oh, I wonder if some word got flagged or something. Alright, so we already got Starlight, and now secure the workshop. So this is the next one, then. Oh, I have a level up. Now what I try to do with these level ups is, like, unlocking crafting things. So things like gun nut, armorer. I think we got everything for armorer, though. And blacksmith, even though I don't give a shit about melee at all, but maybe something will come up that I will wish that I did, though. But I already got, like, you know, things like local leader. Oh, I need intelligence 8 for robotics expert. Even though I am so bummed, because I like robot shit, but I'm so bummed that the robots can't exceed 50. That's so... That's speaking of things that should change in Fallout 5. My endurance is shit, which is not far from accurate. Okay, so... Oh yeah, the castle. So that's the last two. Do we want to build a beacon here? Yeah, we do. Let's build a beacon here. Because we have prepped this area to expand for new people. This is way better prepped to expand than the drive-in. Is it on? Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at it, see what it looks like. Well, I guess the sun's coming up, so it's kind of harder to tell. And do we want to turn anybody into a scavenger? This is so me of me. Oop, one more thing. Oop, one more thing. Oop, one more thing. Not gonna think about it. Just gonna do it. I wanted to have power over here because I wanted to put a scavenger station and put some sort of lights. And this has, like, generates really shit power. But it looks cool as hell. Oh, why? Okay. Okay. Oh, you're not gonna let me delete that? That's bullshit. It's a red bed, too. It's not even... You're not letting me get rid of that fucking shit. That is... stupid. I can't put that against a wall? Oh my god. Because I can't. Stupid. Alright, settler. You're a scavenger now. And so are you.
Okay.
Or do I want to put you in a run and maybe have the kid be... Oh, the kid can't be on the supply line? Can you? Okay. You're on a supply line to Sanctuary now. Sorry, I know I just gave you a job, but you have a new job now. People showed up fast. What? He can't be at a scavenging station either? Can the kid do anything useful?
I take it you haven't fixed the door hinge.
Oh, I just haven't done enough. You're sending the kid's mom on a supply run on a monster. No, I don't think that's his mom. I think that was a new somebody who came from the radio beacon, I think. I think his mom is a farmer. Yeah, this looks good. It looks almost like it belongs in the game, doesn't it? Which is always the goal. Okay, before I spend all night here, let's see if anybody showed up to the, I don't know where anything is in Fallout 4. I know where everything is in New Vegas and 76. I don't know where Where is Starlight Drive-In? I do not remember at all. Oh, Ten Pine Bluff is probably shitty. I haven't been there in forever. Let's go look. Because I'm responsible for that one, too. Put that kid to work. You're sending the kid's mom to supply run on a monster. The two kinds of Fallout fans. Kiwi pops in. Profligates belong on a cross. Yeah, what did I even do over here? Yep, this all looks very like me, doesn't it? I don't remember doing any of this at all. Wow, this is trash, Lindsay. What were you thinking? Oh yeah, I remember this and the being pissed off that I couldn't really do anything useful with this basic half house. I was like, I tried to put like walls around it or something and I couldn't. Yeah, this is trash. I'll come back to this later. But where's Starlight Drive-In? Oops, wrong button. That is the map in 76. There we go. Not far. How profligate were they, exactly? Most kids are dead by this age! Excellent, yes, exactly. Alright, so we got people here now. A hell of a water farm. Makes no sense that I have this much water in fucking a puddle in the middle of the ground. Food 0? Oh, because nobody has been assigned to... Oh my god. They saw all of this farming, and they were so helpless. They needed me to come here and assign them. These fucking settlers, I swear to god. Okay, where are the people that are here? There's apparently 3 of you. And none of you could figure out that one of you needs to farm. None of you could do that on your own. Seriously. You're just hammering shit. Yeah, if there's only 3 of you, all 3 of you need to be on food. Just wandering around, starving. You need help, start by following the road on the map to Sanctuary Hills down to Boston. You should eventually find it. Oh, yeah. I found it, but thank you. Oh, is he just gonna be able to do all of this? Cool. Did I ever set up a scavenging station? I don't remember. I was also watching Always Sunny when I was doing this, and my brain immediately made that connection, like, as soon as I saw it again. I had not figured out my whole system with the... Yeah, the scavenging thing should definitely be in here. In this space, shouldn't it? But there's no room for it. There's just this... But it feels like good set dressing. I don't want to get rid of it. There's no room for it there. I could put it right on the outside, I suppose. But I really don't like when areas don't have some sort of cover. God, I really do love the scaffolding. Makes me so happy. Did I connect any power to that thing? I did! Thanks, past Lindsay. You're welcome, present Lindsay. I wonder at what point I'm gonna be comfortable enough to just be like, okay, tonight on stream, we're just gonna decorate and just flesh out one space. I mean, I guess we kind of did that in Sanctuary, but like, how long am I gonna leave Deacon waiting for me before I actually start doing the railroad quests and actually like play the story for reals? Check if there wasn't a secret update. There's a vault behind the theater screen. Are you being serious right now? Oh, Coop's movies are playing, haha. Yeah, Deacon can wait. Cause, you know, I'm exchanging saves with Kiwi, and Kiwi is doing like a lot of Institute and Brotherhood of Steel stuff, and he got me the Liberty Prime thing that I really needed if I'm ever gonna do like a video about Liberty Prime, and so I'm basically like leaving like dance is my lowest priority since I already have those saves. But I figured since Kiwi's doing Institute stuff and Brotherhood stuff that, which is a hell of a I don't want to say schizophrenic, but hypocritical playthrough. And I'm like, okay, well then I can do railroad stuff because he hasn't done that. Because I really want to, you know, talk about synths in videos when I eventually do videos, thinky videos again. But I'm starting to miss thinking. Maybe once I do my favorite scene in the TV show, I'll start feeling like an intellectual again. But sometimes I think if I think too hard for too long, it just really makes me unhappy thinking about the world's problems. The Ghoulsy thing I like just popped. I was like, I need to do stupid shit for a while. I need to do stupid shit bad. Why is this light so long? I feel like the rope light is like too much light, but that one light bulb is too... I am starting to like more and more when these lights are wonky. And it makes no sense that there already is, like... Oh, I guess it was candles, so I guess it's not total nonsense. But there was light in here. Alright, scavenging station. I love how, like, I always, like, prioritize putting a scavenging station, even though, like, I'm cheating through everything, but I want the game to be prepared for if I wanted to load a save and play and not cheat. You know? I feel like I need to take a break to, like, eat a snack. Another small detail I haven't seen another cover: when Lucy and the ghoul are by the theater sign that shows one of his movies listed, the other one she listed says it stars his friend Sebastian Leslie. Oh, is that the Codsworth actor? Most of the letters are missing. It took me... Ah! I have one across from the Starlight, and Starlight is where I built my in-game Atlas Omnicorp. Oh, I want to see what you did. But those mods are lost now, like Tears in the Rain. Oh no, because that's another thing that's in the back of my head is, you know, I still think, it seems to me, the best place to do at least some of it is Dima's. I mean, we'd have to crop the shots. Oh, I'm gonna have to look at what mods to use, but yeah, that's definitely a priority, especially because you already gave me that money to start doing sketches that I haven't
Sure.
I just keep feeling like I need to get this game to a certain level. This playthrough, I mean. Okay, so we've got enough food, we got water, we got... But we don't have any... Who doesn't have a job? Oh, I need a bill! I need a bill! Bill. Who doesn't have a job? And then I will send you on a run. What the hell was I even looking for? Oh yeah, Bell. I think it's just in Misk. Is it just... I want to be able to, like... I don't remember what category it is. Resources? I want to be able to organize this differently. It's not crafting. Resources, defense, power. It's not decor. Not structures. What the fuck category is it? Is it decorations? This is nonsense. Or is it in... It's not a cage. This is fucking maddening. Does anybody know what category the bell is in? Furniture? I'm gonna be so mad if I have to look this up. It's... I can't tell you how many times I've just had to search one by one to find something. I literally have to look this up. God, this is a long walk for a short drink of water. It's in Resources Miscellaneous. Which I... Category I was literally just in. Oh, and eventually, that's another thing that overwhelmed me about this is, like, right now it's just back and forth with Sanctuary. It's fine. Is all these people are gonna need weapons, too. Where are people's happiness levels? 39? Could be better. Could be worse. Okay, do you... Is there any other...
Got it.
You're a scavenger. You're a caravaner. You're a foodie. You're a foodie. Okay, everybody's got jobs. Nobody has a shop yet, but we'll get there. Where else am I fucking responsible? I have mole rat disease? So we got supply lines everywhere now. Nice. I mean, except for Red Rocket Truck Stop, but nobody lives there. Just going to random raid and give him whatever weapons you find, yeah. Yes, you get that permanently after getting the robot companion if you don't take the cure that's meant for the kid. Permanently? You don't take the cure. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. The, Vault. Yeah. Fucking fine. I will live with mole rat disease. Come on, Curie. Make another one. Oh, I have a bunch of fucking guns on me. Because I never stopped and did my normal, Well, while we're here, let's see if anybody wants some fucking guns.
Hey, I just wanted to introduce myself. It's not everything we expected, but we're willing to work hard to make this a home we can be proud of.
You're not gonna
Ready
do
to help with
anything. You're
whatever
gonna
you
wait for
need,
me
just
to.
say the word.
Did you need anything?
Not right now. We're pretty well set for the moment.
These people should have names. Oh, come on. You need a gun.
Let's trade some things.
Of course.
At least it can give you, like, a better pipe pistol. $10mm are always a step up, right? It's as pretty as Fallout gun as you can get. What armor? I don't have any metal legs? That's annoying. I don't want you to have mismatched armor. Well, sorry, my dude. I did my best. You look ridiculous.
I just need to trade gear with you.
Okay.
You're a provisioner. You look like kind of a badass, so... I love how like, you could be like, I want to trade a few things, and then just take their money if you wanted to. That's it. You're gonna mismatch too. know why, like, with everything else I like mismatch except for armor. That, it makes me itch. Okay, you're gonna get combat armor then. Okay. Your armor is flipping, isn't it? I'm gonna stop thinking about it.
Let's trade.
Sure thing.
Alright, you're gonna look mismatched and stupid, but you're gonna be less helpless now. Ugh,
I just want to trade a few things.
Go ahead.
I can't have you in that clipping chest armor. Do I have any other chest armor left? Is this better? Yes. Okay, you got people, you got food, you got defense, you got beds. Alright, you're good. Now I want to go back home and dump my stuff. It was a nice coincidence that I had that stuff on me, but I would like to do... I do have, like, a standby bucket now to put, like, stuff that I don't feel like sorting or thinking that much about yet. But since the settlers don't have names, still felt the need to accessorize them to each look different from one another so I could tell who was who at a glance. Yeah! At least it's not... Welding goggles! We all know who that makes us think of. Oh yeah, I wanted to keep the armor on me that is legendary, though. Maybe I'll go back for that. And after this, I'm going to take another break to eat a snack. Can settlers use Molotov cocktails? Because I have a lot of those, too. Yeah, let's store all the junk for now. I do want to pull that stuff out for props eventually. But next time I do that kind of thing, I'm gonna like...
Yes?
It's almost like Trash Can Carla was like responding to me. To really just like focus on, okay, we're gonna give everybody guns and weapons, and like you said, actually, like give them outfits that feel more distinctive. Settlers can use hand throws. Thank you. You know how some companions make cameos in following Fallout games? Who do things, yeah. I guess it depends on where it takes place, you know? Alright, I'm gonna burp and get a snack, and then... So we're... Time just flies by. Like, you can just do this forever. But I didn't work on this game at all yesterday, because I was working all day, so I earned it. So next is Sunshine Tidings. That's gonna be our next, claim for the Minutemen, and I had a feeling we weren't gonna get to the castle tonight. Alright, BRB! Oh wait, I have to change the icebreaker question for anybody who's still here. You will see me change it live momentarily. out of focus. Not okay. Let's... claim this Sunshine co-op situation and then call it. It's funny, like, I've had the thought of, you know, maybe I should do the more exciting things on stream, but I always want to do the more boring stuff on stream because it's almost like having y'all at my side gives me the dopamine I need to get through the game chores. When was the last time I saved? I don't remember. Yeah, recently. We're good. My dog was also making noise. I'm like, I know you don't need to go outside. I know you don't, because we did that. Yeah, I try not to think about what West Virginia, how Appalachia ended up by the time we get to modern times, because I have a hard time believing I would be satisfied. Sunshine Tidings Co-op. Ah, I remember this. Are you dead? Or are you gonna get up? No, if I can collect stuff from you, then you're dead. So all I have to do is claim a workshop? Come on. You're not gonna make me fight anything? Oh yeah, Professor Goodfeels. Oh, I remember this. Have Fallout 5 take place in Appalachia. That's kind of a wacky idea, honestly. All the nuke detonations and everything's messed with the area so much the population had to retreat back into the vaults. Parallel play, exactly. Or actually, probably more like body doubling.
Nice.
And it was the very first one. I love when you're doing a hacking, and you, the first one that you hit is the right one. Just digging the world as it be, owing nothing to nobody. Just be protocols. Yeah. How did I forget about this guy? He's the best. Oh, well, maybe this is where I want to put all the robots. Instead of Grey Garden. I mean, it is kind of weird to put all the robots in, like, the settlement that's all about growing food when they don't need to eat. I need to clear enemies. I don't see any enemies. I will fight enemies. But there are none anywhere. Maybe I should just caw this because I'm confused. Or are they all inside the buildings? I didn't even caw this place. Really? Is that it? Yeah, maybe that's what I'll do. I totally forgot that this was like robot hippies. Oh, Peg sounds so unhappy. Come on, there's no one here.
Whoa, man. Whoa, man. Groovy.
Oh, there we go. Is Scott still here? This is where I could say, get dead. He likes my taunt, get dead. Yay, legendary shit. Oh man, it's so empty here, isn't it? Yeah, now I'm sort of excited about this being my robot spot. My robot hotspot.
Got it.
I'm gonna let Peg out, see if she wants to like sit on the bed or something. I don't know what her deal is. She sounds unhappy. Here, Peggy Pie. Come on. Yeah. There you go, baby. She hears Fallout happening. My headphones on though. I really do think she hates it. I wonder if she gets jealous. I always wonder that. That's why it bothers her, because it gets so much of my attention. Thing is, it's hard for me to decide like what my agenda would be in building if I'm not building, like, if they don't need, like, basically all robots need is defense. They don't need food, they don't need beds. But they can scavenge and they can do supply lines though. For the show, I'm still hoping for the Ninja Club. Oh yeah, the Ninja Club! I also had a thought that they might actually be the spies that the Overseer has to spy on others. I would love that too, if the ninja thing... I mean, I love when something that seemed small, like, they turn around and it's more significant than you thought it was. That really tickles me. Okay, can I claim the stupid workshop thing now? And build some sort of foundation for some sort of robot haven. Like, maybe in here I could put the fucking robot workbench. That would be cool. She did say she had people watching Stephanie. All those kind of lines. God, I love that fucking show. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know I'm a fan of the Fallout TV show? My auto processing issues make certain tones such sound completely different from what the sound actually is. Really? That's crazy. That sounds kind of scary. I mean, scary in the sense that, like, I like the idea of the brain processing data inaccurately, I guess. It's always kind of anxiety provoking for me, I guess. But maybe you're chill with it. I shouldn't say shit like that because it's none of my business. Whee! Oh, come on! Where are these enemies? Okay. I might actually just caw. Yeah. In this situation, I don't feel bad. So, something else died somewhere. Are you kidding me? I hit the caw! I hit the caw! There are no enemies anywhere! But maybe there's something I don't want to glitch, so... But there's no, like, marker telling me to go anywhere specific. Just wandering around, waiting for things that need killing to emerge. Or is this the area where I want to put the... Maybe, like, while I'm wandering around, waiting for things to kill, I can start thinking in advance. Because this could also be a place to build machinery. But there's the other part of me that's like, if there's not going to be any humans here, then should I delete the beds? Good night, Carpal Snarky. Nice to see you again. Thanks for coming. Talk to the bot again? I've already talked to the bot twice. I personally like to turn that into a trading post that sells drugs in particular. Yeah, because it's like a hippie. And games like Frostpunk, where humans have to worry about hazards and sleep cycles, they usually replace them with robots. Maybe that could be a feature in the next Fallout. Yeah, I love Automatron. I love the whole robot thing. Even though I really think that they need to deal with and clarify, like, what robots are conscious and, like, the moral implications. That's something that, Star Wars droids always bothers me, too. I think a lot of franchises just are like, oh, it's so fun to have all these cute robots, but then, like, they don't really get or deal with the moral implications of if these robots are sentient. And, like, God bless Star Trek for dealing with that. It's one of the few franchises that does. Because Star Trek be like, no, photonics, holograms, robots. If they're conscious, we have to deal with that. Maybe I switch it into not being chill? turn it into a guard. And maybe it can help me find whatever...
Exterminate.
Exterminate! But you're not gonna...
May I help you?
Oh, now you're at least talking.
Greetings. May I help you? Exterminate.
Exterminate!
Please don't be ferals again.
Exterminate.
Ah!
As if I know what to do if I found something.
Exterminate.
Rust Devil. Isn't that a 76 thing?
Exterminate.
Oh, you guys. Thank you. I guess I had to go into all the little hippie commune things. Thanks for nothing, good feels. Aw. Always sad to see a dead settler. But you know what you have to do if you do. Loot that body! Loot that body now! Ooh, hey! Magazine!
Perfect.
Permanently collect extra meat from animal kills. Oh, I have no use for that, but thank you anyway. But thank you for having another magazine that I can put on my magazine shelf in my clinic. Oh, so he's like following me around now? Okay, did I kill enough things? Are we done here yet? Oh yeah, we're already over here. There we go. Ah, that's better. Yeah! Report your success to settlers at County Crossing. But do we want to build anything here yet? I don't know if we do yet. It is getting late. Let's report our success and then I'll see. And then I'll have to make, like, 'cause it's the end of the night. And I need to, like, make a sort of list of... Once I finish these things, go to bed. To be fair, in Fallout, it's not like the powers that be made the rights of humans a priority, so it makes sense that they wouldn't worry about robots. Oh, I mean, like, but shouldn't we worry about it? I feel like there's dialogue with the railroad that might talk about it. Like, well, I'll pay more attention when I play through the railroad story. But, like, you know, I feel like there is discussion about, okay, why are synth rights, because they look like humans, you know, they care about them, but they don't care about other synthetic life as much. Something like that. I trust Mr. House programming, especially with the warranty. I mean, the great thing about House, as far as like this kind of hypocrisy is concerned, is
safe for your friends to move in now.
he doesn't really treat humans or robots that differently. Or we're not gonna have
some good news around here for a change. By the way, we've decided to support the Minutemen.
Heck yeah!
We've got to help each other if we want things to get better.
Okay, so now we have another... Ooh, pretty. So now I can dick around with your workshop then, right? Or could I not do it before? Oh, no, because you have no defenses. Alright, let's do our normal routine then. So what do we want to do differently this time? I wanted to try to build the power thing underneath there. I would love to do this really quickly. That would be a really cool thing for me to be able to do. Oh, they don't let me do that. They should, though. They should. Oh, man, I'm right there against the edge. I'm on the edge of the settlement. Oh, come on.
That last trader who came through here was telling me about the ghoul farm, the one west of Salem. He said they got a tarberry bog set up in an old swim.
Oh, yeah, the slug.
Hey, good for them. Nice to see them get back on their feet after what happened in Diamond City.
Tarberry bog and a pool. Wish I'd thought of that.
A tarberry bog and a pool. I trust Mr. House programming, especially with the warranty. Just look at his trailer during the show. As long as you're effective with your job and pay what's owed on time, you're all good. Yeah, exactly. I love Mr. House. What? He's so fucking fascinating. He's so fair in his fucked up way. Man, if only he hadn't wanted me to kill the Brotherhood of Steel, we would have gotten along great. I seem to remember they say something along the lines that robots aren't fully sentient. I didn't pay attention to that because of how they could... How could they disparage my Curie, right? Yeah, and they never really say that Curie is a special robot. Curie almost strikes me as possibly a... like a... the Doctor from Star Trek Voyager kind of situation, where the pressures of her circumstances sort of made her evolve. Like, she was a normal robot and then became more than that. I don't know if you were here earlier, but Curie is in a lab coat and works in my clinic now. Maybe we'll do laser turret here just because we did the shotgun turrets at the last spot and I want to do something different. Alright, let's do bridges all around, because I want to do this quickly. I feel like I want to do something fun before I go to bed. I feel like this has all been work. I mean, obviously it's not fun, but... Didn't they say the doctor's trapped in the area programmed her with expanded parameters? Did they? I don't remember that, but that doesn't mean it's not true. I don't really retain information that well unless I am, like really studying it for the purpose of making a video about it. Like, when I'm making a video about something, like, with a research headspace, like my Johnny Silverhand video, then I learn a lot of stuff. But unless I'm purposefully trying to learn a lot of stuff, I learn nothing. Programming based on someone he knew. That sounds familiar. She was a custom make? Okay. Well, then I revoke my statement. I might rearrange this stuff later, but it is a start. And this is such a lame amount of water. This requires 4. Ugh. But brambles. This is lame. You've upgraded. Minutemen are here now. So this needs 8 power. There. Now you have water like grown-ups. Oh, the whole purpose of the icebreaker trivia is that it's like supposed to just be like opinions and thoughts and not so much like remembering a correct answer. There's no correct for the icebreaker questions. Now switching to shotgun because I can't help myself. I just don't like laser turrets. I don't like them. Oh yeah, that's another thing like that would make it easier for me to decide like which turret to use, is they don't say things like range. Like the things that they would say for weapons, I wish that they said. Because then I would be like, oh, well, this area makes more sense to have a longer range, and this area makes sense to have shorter range, etc., etc. Like, I'm assuming missiles are going to have longer range. Maybe the fun thing to give me some sort of feeling of I had fun and didn't just do a chore could be going back to Sunshine Tidings, and I want to put Minuteman flags on these places that I've claimed for the Minutemen. I thought it was cute how many people at Fan Celebration wanted to be either Minutemen or followers of the Apocalypse. I mean, there was a lot of Legion too, but they're so cute, like. They want to be good guys. I don't really care about distance, only rate of fire and mess. Yeah, rate of fire is another one. I think you're right, though. They really did advance her sentience through hardship. Yeah, probably combo platter. Sawbones in the Citadel gained a sentience. It made him slightly sadistic because he could only hurt humans and not kill them. You could— oh, whoa! Just makes me think of Dr. Braun, who was like, I created this, like, paradise for these vault dwellers to live in, so I'm just gonna kill them and then bring them back to life over and over again. Psychopath. I wish some of those Minutemen signed up for the immersion zone for the Jamboree. The immersion zone? I haven't looked into, like, any of that stuff. Like, I keep telling Atlas, like, I've been so swamped with life and all my free Fallout time going into, like, playing this game or working on the YouTube channel that I'm really afraid that I'm behind. But luckily, I'm not the type who wants to get, like, tickets for, like, ticketed events. I kind of just, like, want to be in the energy of things, which is why I thought it would be such a good fit for me to work, the Atlas Omnicorp booth. But I think I am going to have an Atlas job much more suited for me this year, which is, you know, like posting to social media and taking pictures of the products and taking pictures of cosplayers and influencers with the products, which is probably a better job for me. I really thought I would enjoy working the booth more than I did, but I was too antsy. Like, you know how, like, I'm always taking breaks and getting up and walking around and stuff during stream. That is related. I got really uncomfortable, like, being the only person at the booth. And there's also, like, a lot of anxiety of being, like, responsible for all the product and everything there. I like working the booth, but I don't like working the booth by myself. And I think what I told him this time is, like, I don't mind working the booth alone if you're, like, going to the bathroom or something. But having shifts, I don't think is a good fit for me. And I hate that. It's that whole, like, earlier I was talking about my internal family systems, my therapy stuff. And that Maximus in me that feels like I need to be doing a good job for a good cause. So it's kind of hard for me to admit, and sometimes it's so hard for me to admit that I can't do something. I don't even have access to that option in my brain. Like if I like tell a client that I can't do something, that especially if I told somebody I could. If I tell somebody, then I will break. If I tell somebody that I could do something for them, I will break my mind. I will bend the universe to not break my word. Having to tell somebody that it turns out I can't do something that I told them I could do is one of the hardest things for my brain to allow me to do. Okay. So we got defenses. We got better water. Oh. Never the car stays. What's up, guy? You're creepy. Who are you? You're not a settler. Are you a shop guy? Who are you? Doc Weathers. I knew you were a guy that was serious.
You have some sort of medical problem here, or are you just yanking my chain?
I guess I'm yanking your chain.
Are you really a doctor?
Am I a doctor? Let me show you my degree from the School of Saving Wise Asses like you. I'm a positive institution in these parts, so you need help or what?
What do you
Could
have?
use some supplies, actually.
You got the caps, I got the goods.
I wonder if Hank's memories could potentially be accessed if someone got him to the memory den. Ooh, that's actually an interesting question. Like, yeah, he said it's permanent, but sometimes characters are wrong about things. Like, maybe he believes that, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's actually permanent. Oh, it's nice to know that you have so many scraps. Not that I need it because I'm in God mode, but... these spaces like this. These are, I guess, these... okay, we can't, like, ever put beds or anything in something like this because I can't put walls around it. But I could... Oh, Raider banners! Oh. Let's see if this is a good opportunity to use the Raider banners. Can you actually put bodies in these cages? No, they're just decor. Lame. Uh-huh. And one of the most fun things to do with these Raider banners is to cross them! Cross them! Cross them. Ugh. I'll just move back ever so slightly and it doesn't work anymore. Fuck you. Ah, because we're like right up against that wall. That's why. Is this gonna be the center area for my power's gonna start? Maybe? Maybe? Alright, so we got this spit over here. Is this where your really pathetic bed stuff is? Oh, you're just begging for some scaffolding, aren't ya? Aren't ya? After hearing your BRB songs, there's a song that I want you to listen to that I think you might like. It's called Whiskey Peak Saloon from the one... have you mentioned that before? I feel like you have. Hank is absolutely an unreliable source. Yes, I think he... like, I think about that specifically when the stuff he said about Mr. House was blasphemy. I think he has a very, very narrow understanding of how House operates, for sure. How dare he disrespect the House that always wins. I don't think anybody commented about this, but I really enjoyed in my House video in the opening that I described him as a sour little gummy worm. I thought that was so funny. I'm like, here I am celebrating my own joke. Well, I guess it's not like really a joke because there's not really like a punchline, but I was having trouble in the kind of writing of that episode of what I was gonna say. And then I was gonna use more of like sort of like a Fallout in-joke sort of feeling thing. And then when sour little gummy worm hit my brain, I was like, that is hilarious. My god, why am I incapable of this right now? Okay. I need to TCL this. Please let me highlight. Yeah! Because I'm not getting it to line up the way that I want. Oh, that's just you being a fucking stickler for the rules. There's just that gate thing. I feel like I want that exposed. I was so glad that they introduced that in 76 that we could, like, float above things. That makes me made me very, very happy. Oh, are you floating off the ground? Oh, just barely. Son of a bitch. Okay, we'll sink it down a wee bit. Are you still floating? Are you just like barely... it's close enough. Do we want to put the power here? Do we want to put the... I got the power! Ooh, this is a great Lindsay wonkiness that I'm enjoying. Alright, gotta put stairs or no clip before I can do anything fun. I do like these ramps, and then I never use them. I have learned my lesson that I strongly prefer the stairs that have railings. Have I mentioned that I love the scaffolding? Because I do. Gee, I'm not sure you've mentioned that yet. House is sour. Hank would be the opposite. He's so upbeat and chipper that he's like a sugar overdose. Yeah. He's a different kind of evil for sure. I still feel even guilty saying that House is evil. I really, like, feel like, you know, kind of like I said in the video, that, like, if a guy like House in real life, I'd be like, he is the devil, he is the worst. But as a fictional character, he is just delicious. Yeah, well, there just needs to be something holding us up over here, because that is just structurally unsound. Okay, so let's build this out far enough that I can build something holding it down on the other side. There. Okay, so maybe I could have made it not quite so high, because it's a little gappy in there, but I'm not starting all that over again. No way. No way. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, well, maybe we only need one of these so we can have skinny stairs? I guess I have to use the skinny stairs, because Todd said so. Oh, but now I'm like, I don't like that they're both facing the same direction. Or do I? I don't know. Whatever, it's fine. There's like 2 people who live here. Do I want to put the power thing here? Do I want to put the power thing over there? I'm probably here because there's like nothing else to do with these kind of spaces. Cut to like some fascinating like build video where somebody did something really creative here without mods, and I'll be like, I will shut the fuck up. Oh, probably because that stupid lantern. Goodbye, useless bathtub. Speaking of House, now that the show's established him as a verifiably alive, he could potentially show up in Fallout 5 no matter where it's set. Oh yeah! I was actually wondering if or how people would react if they did a Fallout New Vegas remaster. They'd probably get Justin Theroux to play House in the game, wouldn't they? Though we take the Pip-Boy satellite system, maybe he can hack that eventually. He is limited in broadcast range. It was stated in a quest that he needed a boost of power and signal so he can send his robots further to patrol the Mojave. I feel like now that he's AI, they have options for how they could move him around. I'm not looking forward to going to sleep after this. I hate going to sleep. I'm like a little kid when it's bedtime. I like really don't care about the scoreboard this season, so I'm not doing dailies. Like, I think the Starlight Drive-In sign is like the only thing that I want. Do I just want to put one of these little connector doohickeys here? Oh, come on, you were fine, just like... There you go. Can you just stay there? Can you do that? Can you do that for me? you stretch this far? Is this too far? Yay. Okay. So yeah, like these little pylons are like obviously shorter than the taller ones, but there's something more satisfying about them. I like the shorter one. I wish there was like a taller version that was like shaped like the shorter one. No. Oh, come on. Yeah. Okay, so now we got this scaffolding thing that is on top of the thing. So when I want to add more people, we can. Maybe I don't want to put a radio beacon on this one yet. It's not ready. All right, a light. And we'll put scavenging stations over here. For later, or maybe just one. Since I'm not planning on getting any people anytime soon. Should I put, like, something to set up a future beds? Ooh, what about the boxcars? I haven't used those. Because we have stairs coming up this way, do I want to turn this one this direction instead? Just to fucking mix it up a little, you know what I mean? Good night! Good night, Papacon. Just look at Fallout 3, 4, and 76. All their factories are fully functional, constantly producing more robots. And because everyone's using his OS and Pip-Boys, the Enclave may be keeping up his satellite system. And now he has fusion. He might be enough power for the connections. Yeah. Either the original or show house. Yeah, I've had that thought too. But whenever they do remakes, they almost, like, they always re-record the original dialogue. So they... I put more scaffolding on top of that. I need to TCL. Probably won't work, but I need to see above. So in theory, if I moved this over, not tall or wide enough. Oh my god, oh, it's going through it, so it doesn't make any sense. It's letting me do it, even though it's clipping. Even though I appreciate it's letting me do it. Ooh. Ooh. But it's not really... But it's still shorter than the actual thing, so... And it kind of kills the point of why... It does look kind of bitchin', though. So maybe I'll leave it just for that reason. A different width? Oh, it is. Well, that's dumb. Should we call Mr. House Bob like the ghoul does? I got a kick out of that, him calling him Bob. There's a part of me that's like, was that Walton Goggins' idea? Because I would kind of love that. It'd be a good example of why it's a good thing that Walton Goggins doesn't play the games. It brings like a freshness and might think of things that we wouldn't think of. Like, I don't think the thought has ever crossed my mind to call Mr. House Bob. Oh, come on, I can't put this thing on there? That's... You should let me do that. Ah! You should let me do whatever I want. I have enough limitations in real life. I should do whatever I want in the game. Hope I didn't get too creative with how I'm doing this so that, like, none of the settlers can figure out how to get up here. Not just doesn't play the Fallout game, but I took it as he didn't want to play House's game. I don't think he plays any of the games. Has any interest in playing any of the games. Okay, so... I love my wonky, fucked up Fallout places so much. What the... Oh, come on! Oh, you jerk. You should be able to do this. It's right there. Very ominous footstep sounds coming my direction. Headed my direction. Oh, come on. You are highly resistant to attaching to the side of this floor. How am I going to get to power up to my orange boxcar? I wonder if power is close enough to the boxcar that I could put... Eh? Aha! So it is close enough. I want to put like a railing or something here, or do I want to keep it open to extend it out? I mean, I guess I could always delete any railing that I add, in theory. Because the whole purpose of this was not to build a whole functional thing, but build a thing that is extendable. What was Walton Goggins on Game of Thrones? I want to put some sort of light pointing up at my Raider banners just because it'll look cool and for no other reason. Why is that? Are they too far away? What? Dang, how close is that up to? Okay. Oh, this isn't working. Never mind. Surprised. No way to light that thing? What if I put it on top of this wall? No. There's no way to like point a light up. That is a bummer. I mean, I guess if I put it like on a table or something, but I don't know. Not worth it. Okay. So we have the beginning of we have an extendable thing here. They've got defense. They've got beds. They've got an abundance of food. But we don't have anybody traveling here, do we? I guess now, especially now that we're going to be moving people to the castle pretty soon. We should put a radio beacon up at Sanctuary, because Sanctuary is still our central hub. I think that we've done all we need to do here. Even though Grey Garden is trash, we've been doing so much cooler shit everywhere else. Let's just do some closing breakdown at Sanctuary and then call it a night. And go to bed, which is so boring. All these things want me to talk to Preston Garvey. And I don't want to talk to Preston Garvey at all. We're not talking to Preston Garvey until... I'll probably work more on these tomorrow, sleep on it, and think... I'll make like a list of... You know, like I want to do things like make sure everybody has a gun, make sure everybody has armor. Tomorrow is Sunday. I do have a work thing that I need to do. Because I'm an adult. Have fingers in your ears as you walk by him, la la la, exactly. Companions should be doing those quests for you. I know, right? Like, he made us a general, and then he just made us do all this stuff while he's, like, chilling in Sanctuary Hills. How is that rope light so not connected? How did I let that happen? Oh my god, he's on the roof. I think I actually literally put stairs on the other side so that, because remember Sturgis was trapped up there forever. Alright, everybody has jobs, right? I guess Ada doesn't. I'm gonna send her to Sunshine. Ada's like, ready to go? Every time I see her, I'm like, Ada, calm down. I do not want... They're, like, ready to go. If, like, another... This, I talked about how I don't want to kill dogs or anymore. Like, I have a save point right before unplugging this, and out comes an albino mongrel that we have to kill immediately. Can I actually assign you a supply line? No. What? Can I give Dogmeat a job? Can I give him a job, like, at the guard post or something? Wow, they're, like, on guard. But, I think that is heartbreaking that you can set up...
Okay, who's first?
Whoa. We didn't have this kind of stuff before. But yeah, it is very heartbreaking to think, oh, I'm gonna have a new pet dog, and then immediately have to kill what comes out of there. Don't like it. But look how everybody was, like, totally ready, too. And I'm gonna dismantle this thing. I've gotten so much better at building. This looks so boxy now. Looks so boxy. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. But it's gonna be different. And I'm still not wild about that open flag thing at the top. But the Raider banners didn't really work there either.
Not much of a threat after all.
That's right, Ada, you've got this. And now this area is all empty. This is probably going to turn into more of a social area now. Now that, like, I've moved all the workshop stuff over. So Kellogg's pistol has, like, the special skill of... Alright, what I was looking at on the other side was the stairs. So that things that get stuck on the roof could come down. Or I guess... I thought I put stairs there. Maybe I got rid of it. I could have sworn I did that. Or maybe it was one of the things I did on a... Oh, maybe it was. It was something I did on a save that I had to scrap because of my weird glitch issue. But isn't this cool now that, like, I didn't even do this on purpose. It just sort of worked out this way that this gate opens and takes you right down into my power armor area. This was quite an exercise in chaos. Look how messy and fucked up, and it's perfect. I love it. I love how this turned out. Okay, but what do I want to accomplish while I'm here? Oh, right, I wanted to put the radio beacon. And a Minuteman flag, I think. I want to put Minuteman flags on all the settlements. Alright, it was in... Somebody told me earlier it was in... I know it was a miscellaneous, a resource miscellaneous. No, that was the bell. And I was looking for the radio beacon. But I guess... the bell and the radio beacon should be in the same section. It's funny how different people do things in these games and they think, like, it's obvious what you should do. Like, I remember the first time I played New Vegas, it seemed really obvious to me that the default choice would be Mr. House, because he's the first person that hires you. But there's other people who play New Vegas and go, the default choice is obviously the NCR. Like, if you're not really paying attention or choosing, then you're gonna pick the NCR. And I'm like, what? No. And, similarly, when I was talking to my buddy Cody about this game, he said something about, like, obviously the default place is... Oh, that's why that light isn't there anymore, because I got rid of my whole power armor thing. He's like, obviously the default choice is to set up at Red Rocket. And I was like, I have never set up at Red Rocket ever. I ignore after I pick up dog meat, I ignore Red Rocket almost entirely. Like I forget it's there. Because you can't really like set up a legit settlement there. And if and while there are playthroughs where I want to totally ignore settlement building, in that case, I always set up at home plate. And I just think it's so funny that he thought that was so obvious when I've like never ever set up there. I usually use Red Rocket as a playhouse for my companions. A playhouse. It's smaller so I know where they are instead of getting lost. Ah, yeah. That is true. That is a bad aspect of... or a frustrating aspect of Sanctuary. Well, now it's like in the middle of a totally buildable area, and we don't like that, so let's move it up here. And maybe I'll... or maybe I want to put it on the floor. I think like while I'm getting in bed and transitioning to sleep, I'm gonna like open my Notion document and work on my kind of a to-do list of like, or my checklist for what I'm gonna do. Ugh. Hideous. Hideous. Mm-hmm. No. This is not our answer. Oh god! I didn't mean to do that! I hate when that happens! Because you can't undo it. I could just... Did it autosave when I first came in? Did it? Was this when I left? Let me see if there was like an autosave. No. Well, let's see what time it says when if I hit save now. That was like a full 15 minutes. Shit. Let's see where this was. Ugh. Yeah, Fallout 5 needs undo. Yeah. I haven't done that in a long time, too. Because it's not like it's easy to just build it again and put it back, because, you know, you have to put things in, like, a different order. This isn't as bad as what happened with that glitch, though, that I was talking about before. With, right, you guys can see my folders. Maybe you don't need to see that. So it was an autosave. But I don't remember at what point in my building process that was. Let's see where it was. Oh, come on. Oh my god. Because normally right after you fast travel, it autosaves. Yeah, okay, so all of this was here. Yeah, and all of this was set up. Okay. Okay, so everything that I did here is intact. I'm pretty sure. Okay. So let's delete this abomination. Or does this not have power anymore? Okay, so all we were really trying to do with this... And I guess, like, everything that I was doing over here, I didn't like anyway. So we can leave that alone. What we want to do... Oh, I guess that... Why does that not have power? There's a thing right there. Do we really, like, use up all the juice? All 100 of the... Oh yeah, now they're fighting those dogs. We're doing this again. I'm not gonna unleash those dogs yet because I'm just not ready emotionally, and I don't know how we're gonna get the Brahmin off of the roof. I can't believe how often that happens. I can't believe that that light isn't turned, because obviously there's a conduit nearby. That's obviously not the problem. If I delete this rope light, will that light turn back on, I wonder? I guess yes? I think I like the rope light better, though? Okay, Lindsay, this time be careful. We need this. We need that to have a thingy. So, where is the nearest conduit? Right there. Okay. So, what does this work if I do this? Yeah. I don't know what the fuck I was trying to do a second ago. That's a lot easier and it looks a lot better. Oh yeah, and the radio beacon. That was the only thing of significance that I did before that I have to redo, that I think of. And, oh, 16 people, 17 beds. We need more beds. Alright, quick check to see where we have room to put other beds. Oh yeah, obviously it's not going to be in here. That's one of the first places I did. And then that's it. And then I'm going to bed. Speaking of beds. What the... I have scaffolding back there? Why? Was I doing something on the roof? Why is that there? I don't remember. Okay, I could probably put a bed out there, but check the bedding. Yeah, there's beds in here. This is fine. I guess I could put one more, like, hospital bed against this wall. But it's all Halloween looking. Whatever, that'll do. No, I hate it. But then that totally kills the whole vibe that I had going on with the... Whatever. I'll make it cooler later. Just make it make sense in some way. Okay. Alright, look how much power is here. 908? That's crazy. I do love scaffolding. I do. Gotta put it like a wee little bit here. Oh, but then you can't actually get into that one, so that's silly. Definitely don't need bed. I took beds out of there. Do you not have a job? You should have a job. Both of you had jobs. I swear you did. They quit their jobs? Sup, McCready. There you go. I didn't put any beds in here? Oh my goodness. So unlike me. Feels so much more natural to have it facing this direction, doesn't it? Teeny tiny bit. Thought I really liked that by the window, though. But this bed on this trash doesn't feel like it makes any sense. Well... So tiny! Tiny, tiny bed. When I saw that, like, adults could still sleep on these, I was like, nice. I try to avoid putting beds in, like, the living rooms, because I want to actually make them living spaces. Man, I have done that 10mm gun trick so many times to get my size meter, because I've built a lot of shit here. Too many are on a task, really? Maybe. Because I did put a shit ton of people on defense. But I don't want to give, like, Nick Valentine and Kate jobs like caravanning, like, supply line. Just seems beneath them or something. I don't know what job I want to give them. Yeah, we have beds in here. Enough beds. Oh yeah, this is the guy who was a drug dealer pre-war. Okay, so we already did that. Are you serious? I can't believe we're having this wild mongrel problem. Okay, so apparently we need to put more, like, turrets, I guess, throughout the settlement. Or maybe they'll stay on guard duty if I put guard posts, like, elsewhere throughout Sanctuary. Maybe that's something I can put on my list when I go to bed. So apparently this was a family called the Russells. Did I already go in here? Yeah, I already went in here. There was, like, one house that I didn't go into yet. I can't remember which one it is. Hey, there are no beds in the clinic, but I didn't want to put beds in the clinic because it's a clinic. But I guess I will, because it's kind of a clinic for show, but... Maybe this is the one that I didn't go into yet. Aha! There we are. All sorts of space to put beds in here. But we'll put teeny tiny beds. I guess this one isn't the teeniest tiniest. Are these too close together? People not be able to figure it out. And then this one we'll just put lots of teeny tiny beds. Like, there's definitely not gonna be that many people living here once I move a bunch of people to the castle, but... But then I'm gonna have the settlement beacon, so who knows who's gonna end up here. And this is still where I live, and that's another thing that makes it, like, hard to have, like, an immersive playthrough, is when I have dialogue with, the Vault-Tec rep saying things like, I'll come visit. Like, I won't only come visit, like, we're gonna be living in the same settlement. You know, in the Fallout 4 DLC where you can make your own little vault, yeah, one of the experiments you can run on your settlements is some sort of energy drink to keep them awake. I'm sad that wall-mounted beds are a mod. I use them a ton. Oh yeah, even if they couldn't get on the top one out of 2. Yeah, the bunk beds, but I don't really know what it does because they don't actually need it, right? Okay, I think that we should be ready. So we have 18 people, and we have... I did not make that many beds. Did I really? 29? Okay, well, we have plenty of fucking beds now. Did I really make that many beds? I guess I did. I did. Okay. Time to put an end to this madness. All right. So that was fun. Did I just click something different than I thought I did? But it is time for me to collapse into a pile. And also start thinking about getting back at the game and making a video this week as opposed to last week. So, yes, thank you so much for coming, everybody who came to visit me tonight. And I will see you at the end of the week. Farewell, my friends. Stay cool, ferals. Thank you and good night.